Welcome to Prosperous Living with Toyia, where we talk manifestation. I stream both on YouTube as well as TikTok. If you are new here to YouTube, make sure you hit that subscribe button, like button, share because you care, and always comment. Let's grow together. Let's do this together as we remind people that the Bible is a manifestation book. It's not a historical text. It is a book all about the mind's or soul or spirit evolution or expansion as we descended into duality and we ascend into unity of the spirit. And the world you see is the world you are. You see what you are, not as things are. You see who you are, not as things are. Welcome, welcome. Hello, how are you? So over on YouTube, whether TikTok, tapping is clapping. So double tap the screen. Let's get to 10K the easy way. Show your love. Get your heart me's. Hello, Shamika. How are you? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Now, I know many people talk about, some of these sacred texts. Is it necessary for manifestation? Absolutely not. You are the word made flesh, right? You are the word manifested. That is the mystery, reminds the script. Great is the mystery, or great is my story. God manifested in the flesh. That your thoughts are things, that what you think about, you bring about. And if you want to experience something differently, you have to change the way you're thinking. That's how it goes. You must change the way you think if you want to experience a different reality. It really is that simple. We want to complicate it. We want to feel like we are doing something to make it so. When you come to realize you can't do anything to make it so, it's already so. The actions that you take are secondary. Actions have no cause. Actions are reflections of beliefs. And the reason why the world hasn't changed is because you haven't. Your world hasn't changed because you haven't changed. And the world, you're waiting on the world to change, and the world is saying, no, you first. You're like looking in the mirror, asking the mirror to smile. Smile like the mirror is like, what? When have I ever smiled first? No, if you want the mirror to smile, you have to smile first. You first. Yes, exclusive. Yes, 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 Christy, I did. Hello again. How are you, Marcinda? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hello, Joshua. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Round two. Round two. I enjoy it. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Hello, Britt. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Welcome back. I know. Jesus loves the little children, all of the children of the world. Whether yellow, black, and white, they are precious in his sight. Jesus loves the little children of the world. The Bible is not about a savior. The Bible is about manifesting. I believe in me. The greatest love of all is easy to achieve. You gotta really hear this part. Learning to love yourself. Oh, it's the greatest love of all. I love me. I love me some me. You better love you some you, because I love me some me. That's the greatest love of all, is learning to love me. I don't know nothing about no Jesus. I don't know who that is. Who that? Who is that? I don't know who Jesus is. Some character in a book. That's like asking me, do I love Harry Potter, or do I believe in Harry Potter? Do you believe in Harry Potter? Do you believe in Zeus? Hey, Araya. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Absolutely. I love me and everything that's associated with me. I don't believe in crucified saviors. I pass. No, thank you. Jesus can't do anything for me, hasn't done anything for me. Except he actually did. He actually wasn't born. There's no such thing as an immaculate conception. Young virgins, young women do not get impregnated by spirits and bring them into the third dimensional space. It doesn't happen. That's not a thing. It just doesn't happen. It has never happened because it just doesn't happen. You say Jesus is Lucifer? It may just be. I mean, Lucifer is the light bringer. And Jesus did say, I am the light. So, you know, hey, bearer of light, I am the light. Potato, potato. You know, it also say God is a son. Right? Bible also say God is the son, and then Jesus says, I am the light. I don't know. Maybe Jesus is the son, because God is the son, S-U-N. And Jesus claims to be the light. Maybe Jesus is the light. So if you're telling me Jesus is the son, then I can agree with that. I can see the sun. I see the sun, you know, most days. I ain't gonna say every day. Sometimes those gray clouds hide the sun. But we know it's risen. We know what does rise and walks on water. The sun. The sun walks on water all the time, without fail. Right. Who is Christ? The awakened mind, the power of God, and the wisdom of God. That's who Christ is. The mind, the imagination. That's who it is. It is the creator in man. Hello, DNA Matters. And why are you here? You can keep going. I'm not asking you. You don't need to, you shouldn't be asking anyone anything. You should be searching out the matter for yourself. Say, okay, just making sure. You're funny. Shamika like, wait a minute now. Wait a minute. Wait a minute now. You know, sometimes you talk to the Christians in their lingo. You know, I just be having fun. You just can't take this life too seriously. And I think that's what, you know, Christians need to know how to lighten up, you know, but they so worried about the world. They don't even know how to have fun. They don't even know how to rejoice. And again, I say rejoice. Rejoice. What is a heathen? What is even that? What is that? What's a heathen? Y'all just regurgitate stuff y'all heard somebody else say. What is that? Is somebody supposed to be offended by a Christian term? No one's offended by a Christian term, because I don't believe in Christianity. So you can't scare me with Christianese. Y'all be giving Christianese and think somebody's scared of it. not insulted. Exactly. No demons, no devils, and Satan's oh my, no saviors. Saviors become martyrs. Who wants to be a savior? They become martyrs. No, thank you. I pass. But today we talk manifestation as always. That the Bible is a manifestation book. The Bible is reminding you it's a psychology book, right? It's all about the mind, how to manifest it on this third dimensional plane. And it's reminding you that what you think about, you bring about. And how do we know this? We go to the book of Proverbs. As a man thinks, so is he. So the Bible is already telling you, right? It's just a reminder. Because remember, you are the word made flesh. You are the word manifested. Great is the mystery. Great is my story. God manifested in the flesh. God descended so that God could ascend, right? God put on limitation, forgot who he was or she is, remembers, and then starts command the dream again, right? That's the story of the Bible. The mind fell asleep, dream duality, and then awakens in unity, in oneness, in singularity, understanding that everything is I am and I am everything. That is the purpose of the book. It's the purpose of all sacred books, all stories, from the east to the west, from the north to the south. They're all saying the same thing. It's all the same thing. That's where you get your news. From the north, east, west, south. It's the same message. It does not change. It doesn't change. I know that's right. Say that. Say that, rising sun. God unalized his son for people he couldn't save from other gods. Talk about it. Absolutely. You want to come up and join the discussion? My TikTok handle is Prosperous Living with _T. So I have a panel. Hello, A-Town. How are you, sir?
Greetings, sister.
Greetings, brother. All is well.
I appreciate the two-a-day today.
I know. You saw the live earlier today?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I was in there. Yeah.
Oh, did you see my conversation with the Christian?
Oh yes, I did. It was very.
He was on. He walked away like,
Yeah.
Questions? Yeah. So many questions.
Yeah, he really did.
He was like, yeah. He's like, honestly, I can't lie. You making some great points there. I know.
Yeah. No, it was definitely dope.
It was, and it was a long conversation. That was about a 2-hour conversation.
But I was like, she looked like she into it, so let me just, let me have it. But it was good.
It was.
He asked some very good questions, and of course, the rebound was, well, it made him. You could tell that he was thinking, and you can tell that it was resonating with him as well, and his certain perspectives were definitely stumped because he couldn't really, keep up with the. He couldn't keep up with the same story after listening to what you had said. So I definitely appreciate that, and I'm sure the audience did too. I'm sure the light was lit.
Yeah. Even YouTube, YouTube. YouTube was on. YouTube was liking it too. Yeah, for a moment I had more viewers on YouTube than I had on TikTok at one time.
Okay. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, I actually, YouTube shows me how many people comes to the live, and I had over 16,000 people come to the live.
16,000?
Yeah. They didn't all stay. They weren't there all at the same time.
Right. But just on the course of...
Yeah.
How long was the live?
The live was like just over 6 hours.
Okay, well, that was a good... Yeah, that's a good time.
Yeah.
No, that was dope, though. It was dope. I enjoyed it.
Y'all need to go watch the recap. Go watch the recap. See that
Oh yeah, toxic.
conversation?
Yeah, toxic. Yeah, toxic.
Yeah.
That's what she meant. But yeah, toxic. This afternoon. I mean, this evening. This afternoon was dope. Um, it was a non-Christian, and he was coming up with a lot of questions. Actually, he had a lot of questions, and his accent, was that to do with the accent? That was to
Yeah.
do with the accent.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, his accent was pretty heavy, but just hearing how, even somebody from another country views the Christianity as well, as opposed to what our awareness is that we take on. Yeah, he was definitely, definitely stumped on that, or enlightened. I'll say enlightened.
Yeah. It was a great conversation, so
Love that. Gonna
yeah.
have to watch it.
Yeah, because originally he was just asking where my perspective was, so he was just trying to get an understanding of, you know, and then he had a couple of questions and I had to be like, he was like, would you do this? Would you do? I'm like, you're asking me. No, I wouldn't, but apparently your God would. Yeah, and I can give you some examples. All this just God, and God doesn't, he's against crucifying children, but he gonna crucify his only begotten. Okay, if you say that's not the same, I see it as the same. He wanted to crucify, because that was in the plan before the foundation of the world. This was no afterthought after humans stopped being disobedient or sinning or what have you. The book says that this was the plan from the beginning. So, which means it was all a setup. It was a scheme that Todd set up. It was the scheme that Todd set up, so hey. But how are you, Tots? How you doing?
I'm good. Just hanging out. Did my gallivanting, and I'm back home. So yeah, the weather has been crazy here. It's been very stormy.
Very stormy. We caught some of that yesterday and today too. Yep.
Yeah. So other than that, I cannot complain. Life is good.
I've had some good days, and I've had some hills to climb. But all of he's been so good to me. He's been so good to me. That does not sound like a good to me song, though, right? It sounds so really sad. And I won't complain.
Right.
Jesus has been good to me. Oh, he's been so good to me. That's some black old spiritual song. They be sounding so miserable. And they're supposed to be picking me up. It's supposed to be this whole celebration of suffering.
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's like, well, I'm not dead. So.
I better thank Jesus. He woke me up this morning. Started me on my way. Put food on my table. I want to say thank you, Lord, for all you've done for me. It could have been me. Oh, no. What is it? No clothes. No food. I want to say
it's like,
thank you.
Well, what about those ones with no food and no clothes?
I know, right? They're like, tragedies are commonplace. So much, I can't remember the words. I can't get enough. Economy's down. I can't seem to get enough pay. But as for me, all I can say is, thank you, Lord, for how you thanking him, but you can't get enough pay. Why are we thanking the Lord for not getting enough pay? Well, the conditioning is crazy. All that programming.
One thing I will say about other religions is that they do not feel bad about asking God for wealth. Like the Chinese do it. They're mostly not religious, but when they do get religious, they be like, please, like, make me rich. Like, they do that. They do it in Jewish cultures too, in Indian cultures.
I'm sure in certain areas of America they was doing the same thing. They wasn't. It's just that the Christian it's so divided, right? You have so many denominations. It depends on what brand of Christianity you're affiliated with, right? Because you had your fire and brimstone, and then you had the prosperity gospel. So, and the fire and brimstone was given to the black folks especially, but you also had white tea churches that taught fire and brimstone too now. They believed in that struggle of too for, as long, they believed in the struggle for you, not for them, because they wanted you to pay your way up out of heaven by giving tithes and offerings. So
the Bible Belt down south, they all pretty much teach that. I just think it's interesting how like some cultures fully embrace, like, no, I'm expected to be wealthy. Like I'm praying to my ancestors, praying to gods to make me rich. Like they're like,
I'm not coming here to live a poverty existence and hope for, a mansion in the sky and a sweet by and by.
They don't. They feel like the Chinese New Year. Their whole thing is like
about prosperity,
like the red envelope thing. Yeah, like they don't play about that. Like the fact that Christians are so undecided, double-minded about it. I'm like, wow. Other people really do not. They think they are on this earth to be wealthy.
Yep. And I just think it's that whole, so many. When you come from poverty and it's been conditioned, especially if it's been a part of, regardless of what color or what, you're identifying with as a race, especially in America, if your whole background has been about struggle, your grandfather and they, if everybody only knew struggle, then you come along and you decide, well, I'm gonna, break that mindset. If you enter Christianity before breaking that mindset, you're still going to always have that type of mindset that it must be the struggle bus. We just got to thank God for just the little that he gives you, because, your suffering is not in vain. Your suffering is for the next life. If you find yourself on the wrong side, of the financial, ball or whatever.
I think too, they would have to, if you can accept your own suffering, you can accept that other people suffer and that God is responsible. Because if you make God responsible,
then that's the thing. God gets a pass.
I mean, like if you can see how, like, if you can be grateful just for what you have and not and like in your suffering, then you can excuse the fact that God lets other people suffer.
But they're saying he's not letting them suffer. The suffering either coming from you or the devil. God's hands are clean.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's not responsible for anything. Right? Like yesterday, were you hearing the guy was talking about that when Adam and Eve ate the apple, they transferred dominion over to Satan? It wasn't God that gave Satan dominion. It was Adam that gave Satan dominion. I was like, where is it in the script?
No, that's definitely not in the scripture.
I'm like, when did God do? So God just gave up. God just put y'all there, let y'all do what you're gonna do, and then when y'all done, then he gonna come and rescue y'all some future moment. He just letting y'all, it's just like, I gave y'all the full armor of God. Better figure out how to defeat the wiles of the devil. I'll be back sometime in the future, but y'all got to figure it out.
Wow,
that's what it sounded like. Cause I'm like, damn, really? That's what happened.
Interesting.
That's what I said.
Never heard that one before.
I never heard that one before either. But that relinquishes God from us blaming him about Satan being here. At least they tried to, because nothing but Satan. He still put Satan here, though, didn't he? He still did put Satan here.
I mean, isn't there a scripture?
There's no escape clause from that. I'm sorry. Go ahead. What you say?
No, you're right. I think isn't there a scripture where it says that God gave the world over to Satan somewhere, or like dominion over the world or something? I think there's a
I mean, I know
scripture.
it's a scripture that says that um for Satan is the god of this world, but
Oh,
it
okay.
doesn't say how he became the god of this world, right?
Got it.
We
Got
just know he convinced a third of the angels to, you know, uprise against God, and God kicked them out of heaven and sent them here. And I guess while they were here, they chilling out. He put the man and the woman in the garden. They eat the fruit. And then that instantly transferred dominion and power from Adam over to Satan, according to this person. And this person seemed like he was a keeper of the law. He was all about the 7 days and, you know, telling you
Oh,
what you're supposed to do on the Sabbath day and how to keep it holy and all that. And my thing is, but you don't believe that the earth was created in 7 days, in 6 days, right? You don't you really, he's like, no, I thought, you know, they want to quote Peter about 1,000 days being a day, and you know, I was like, oh, okay, but when did God's math change, right?
Why not just say that in the beginning? Well, you shouldn't need the New Testament to clarify.
Because what was the Jews doing before then? Was they thinking that it was done and completed in 6 days? And then how did they decide which day was the first day?
Right.
How did they come up with Sunday was the first day and Saturday was the seventh day? Because you know we don't get the Gregorian calendar until Constantine.
Like, come on now.
Right, when they changed times and seasons.
Yep.
Because before then, they was going off the 28-day lunar cycle.
Yes, most really. I think Islam does that too. Their whole calendar is completely different than the Roman calendar or the Gregorian calendar we have now.
The threats mean nothing. You're a fake saint. What is a saint? What does that even mean? There are no saints. No such thing. Who's a saint? These men be coming through here trying to talk about some, I came to warn you, I've been summoned. Like, who the hell are you?
Yeah, God's got this God's got this TikTok live real high on his list. The messengers that it needs, you know.
You know, yeah. Over on YouTube, talking about, I've warned you, choose right. Who the hell are you? Some random dude on YouTube? Why can't I just don't understand why can't God speak directly to people? Why he always need a proxy? Why he always got to go through somebody? What'd you say?
Send me a certified letter, God. Send me a certified letter.
I'm tired of you talking through all these men.
Yep. It's funny. It's so funny because it's like, again, you know, people have all these messages for people who are not in their faith, but what's God's message to you? How are you applying the word to your life? How are you showing that you're prosperous and that by following God's way, you are actually experiencing the abundant life? Show us that. That would be convincing.
Yes. Zara said, a God who allows his followers to come to harm is not worthy of their faith and offerings. Can you tell them that, Zaria? They did not get that memo. They will fight you tooth and nail to suffer for Christ. It's the least you can do because he suffered for you, according to them. They believe he suffered, so it's okay for them to suffer. I mean, if that isn't the biggest, you know, Jedi mind trick.
Yeah, completely.
I thought he suffered so I wouldn't have to. Not he suffered so I got to suffer also. What the hell?
And did God so love the world that he gave up Jesus? Or did he just be like, well, I mean, only the people who believe in it get to be saved.
So he didn't love the whole world. So he did not do it for the whole world. He did it for those who would believe. They need to change the script, right?
Yeah.
It said God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten son. Not God so loved his believers. That God so loved the Israelites. That God so loved the, you know, special people set aside for him. It says God so loved the world. But let Christians tell it. Nope, he wasn't talking to everybody. He only talking to certain people.
And why does the forgiveness of sins need to equate with eternal life? Like, why do we always put those two things together? You know, like, I just want to be forgiven of my sins, but like, do I want to live eternally? Not really. I mean, not really, unless, you know.
Oh
I
my
don't know.
gosh. If you watch, did you ever go watch the Sandman movie?
No,
Watch
I
the
have to go
one
back
when the
and
guy
watch
has
it.
lived for centuries. It will
Oh,
give you a whole
God.
different perspective about wanting to live forever. I'm like, oh, I get it now. I
Yeah.
get it now. Because
Why
not
is it so
knowing you could
different?
die and seeing the evolution of this time space reality, right? And how you started off like maybe barbaric, then you go through the King's era, you know, those different things, and then you're seeing, you know, the horse and buggy, then now it's, you know, cars, and then you see the style of clothing change, and just like how, you know, things just change over time, and he got to experience it all. And the guy
I
was like,
wouldn't
are
mind
you
living
ready to
forever
die?
on
He
on
suffered
this
some
earth,
things. Say that again.
but I don't want to live forever in heaven. Like, I wouldn't mind living forever in this. I think time travel is cool.
Yeah.
You know, do I
Especially
live
knowing
on
you
this
would never
earth?
die.
Yeah, I mean, that would be cool. I mean, I would be doing crazy shit. You know what I mean? But I think that would be cool. But I'm talking about like living forever with like gods, like live like as they, you know, portray heaven and stuff like that. You know, nothing. I got more interesting shit to do. You know.
Jesus is a credit card. Say Jesus is not a credit card. My debt has been paid. I thought it said the debt was paid. Shouldn't we have unlimited wealth if he already paid the debt? And and so the guy asked me, he was like, the guy earlier today, he asked me, does God sin? I said, absolutely. Of course God sins. Because sin only means to miss the mark. Your God missed the mark several times. That's why he had to keep starting over again. Have you heard of the flood? That's sinning. Because you thought you didn't get it right the first time, right? Let me start over. Okay, Noah and his family go into the ark, get everything 2 by 2, 7 by 7. We're going to try this again. Right? And then he supposedly makes this promise that he'll never flood the earth again. Like, they ain't going to wipe people off. But he going to rain down fire. So he rained down fire on Sodom and Gomorrah. And then that's just a preview to the coming attraction of what's going to happen to all of those who don't align to his belief system. They're going to burn forever. So yeah, God missed the mark when it comes to making perfect humans. He just can't get this ish right. He even sends a sinless person. And that still ain't enough. People still sin it. So what did Jesus's unaliving do again? It did not.
It's a credit card.
It did not take away sin. What did he do again?
It's a bill that you have to pay eventually, but not right now.
He gave you the ability to be forgiven for your sins. Couldn't God have already been doing that before Jesus died, though? Wouldn't God already forgiven sins before Jesus died?
He forgave David.
So nothing really changed. Like, you were being forgiven sins before him, and then you still have to be forgiven for sins after him. So what was the purpose again?
Solomon, David. There were several early fathers that were forgiven in ways that did not involve bloodshed. Just as an FYI. So
yeah, somebody asked, so what's the alternative? Nihilism? How you know that's not just what it is?
And what's wrong with nihilism? In fact, you think being a Christian is freeing. Nihilism is extremely freeing. That's my personal brand of philosophy, and it's extremely freeing. You know, it's like we experience this earth in these bodies for a very short time, comparatively to the life of the earth, and that is so freeing. You know.
Yeah, because they're so concerned with bad people. That's why they're so concerned about. If you stop being concerned with evil, evil wouldn't exist. But y'all can't keep y'all mind away from it. If y'all would stop fighting over who God is bigger than the other God, we wouldn't have these wars. Because most of these wars is fought over who God is bigger and better.
Yep, religious holy lands. You know, that's what this whole, I mean, there's a whole bunch of, it's all usually stems down to religion. A lot of these things. I mean, got that Gaza going on right now. People
They
fighting
still
over
got
whole.
that? Oh my goodness.
Yeah. A whole bunch of stuff going on.
Oh my goodness. God is clearly a tyrant. Somebody said, well, God clearly isn't a tyrant. I will beg to differ. He gave us the freedom to not believe. That's not true. He's not strong arming anyone. He absolutely is. He's definitely forcing you to take a gift you did not ask for, because if you don't accept the gift, the eternal damnation is your booby prize. So there is a strong arm. It's like putting a pew pew to my head and telling me or you. Who is it going to be? You choose me, you get to go free. You don't choose me, off. It's the guillotine for you. You get to experience the guillotine. That's not a choice. Ultimatums are not choices. Because to have a freedom of choice means there's no consequence for the choosing it, right? If you bring me a birthday gift that I don't like, or any gift, say you were thinking of me, oh, Toyia, I was thinking of you. And then you say, but if you don't like the gift that I was thinking of you for, you have to be unalived. Well, damn, Skip, if I'm not ready to be unalived, what you think gonna happen? I'm going to take the gift.
Right.
Like, what? I'm like, even though I may not like it, I didn't ask for it. I didn't care what your thoughts of me were. I didn't ask you to buy it for me. Who told you to go do it? But since that's the ultimatum, what other choice do I have?
Yep. I heard earlier today someone was making an analogy like, if Adam can bring sin to all humanity, why didn't Jesus save humanity from sin? If one man can condemn a whole, species, why can't Jesus remove that condemnation, just like it was with the cause, right? Like, we don't.
And Jesus is supposed to be God, so he clearly could do it, right? Because he's
Right.
God. Like Adam was mere mortal, right? He just mere mortal. He just a creation from the dirt, according to the story, right? But Jesus came down from his earthly throne to come do this job, and he couldn't do what Adam undo what Adam did.
Like, what are we talking about?
What makes you sure he didn't do
it? Can you please mute up, and then I'll come to you when I'm done. When okay. I'm ready to speak. Thank you. So I am streaming on YouTube as well as TikTok. You're new here to YouTube, make sure to hit that like button, subscribe button, share because you care, and always comment below. On TikTok, double tapping is clapping. Get your heart me's, share the live, like the lives, follow the creator, which is moi. Go catch recaps on YouTube. All right, hello, Paul. Welcome. How are you?
Doing all right. How you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you. Go ahead.
So, you believe that the work of Christ did not atone for sins?
There was no work of Christ. That's what I believe. That's what I know. There was no work of Christ.
So he did not exist?
No.
What makes you sure of that?
How do I prove non-existence? Well, his story is not unique. His story is borrowed or a remix story. I'm not going to say stolen, like some people say it's a stolen story, but I just say everybody's just retelling the same story in a different way. And so his story is not unique to him. It's not original. He's not.
So that would just be different accounts of his life, like people's different perspectives, like the Gospels we have today. Like the reason we call them the accounts or the Gospels of Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John, because it's perspective of his life, but it's different perspectives.
I'm not referring to the book. I'm talking about other Christ throughout human history. he's not the first Christ. You have, other mythologies, just like you got Mithra, you have Krishna, you have Zeus, you have Dionysus, you have Petra, you have a slew of other ones who have very similar stories to this Jesus character. That's what I mean. His story is not unique. There are many stories of someone having the immaculate conception, bringing forth a God down to earth through a woman, or whatever that story is telling, that being came through.
Okay, so do these other messiahs
didn't call them messiahs? No one is here to save anyone.
Well, they have the similar title. The Messiah was more than just a person who was, well, at least from Jewish beliefs, it was more than just a person who came down to save people. It was a general leader, a person who would come down to lead a people against the people who had been oppressing them. So do any of these other figures who are similar to Christ, do they have 500 account witnesses that have seen them post their death?
I mean, Jesus don't have 500 accounts. Listing a number and giving no names is proof of nothing.
The most apostles of the early church, they give the accounts that they saw him.
Who are they?
So it would be all of the 12 disciples of Christ.
Well, they didn't exist either, so they're not. They're in the same book that this person is. So if he didn't exist, why do you think I would think they existed? I'm gonna need something outside of the book. And if it's actually 500 people, as you say, how come we don't have any of their writings? How come that information is not in secular history? Why is that account only in the book? It's not outside the book. Because that would be a lot. That would be, if we could get 500 people. I mean, you ain't even got a tenth of that. You don't even have 50 people running around talking about something. You know what? Yeah. No, we don't have that. We don't we only have 50 people talking about it outside of the book.
So that would then make the anything that happened having to do with historic contents in the book, that would make them false as well, right?
Yeah, because I hear this a lot with Christians. They call it, you call it historic. What makes it historic?
It including the genocide of children that King Herod had at that time of Jesus's.
There's no proof that it actually happened. There's no proof of that happening. No, there isn't. There's no proof of that happening. First of all, going back to what you said about the apostles, some of the apostles were illiterate, and it says that in one of the Gospels, and then contradicts it, I think, in Acts. So we don't have all the accounts of one of the books. I can't remember which one. One of the Gospels mentions that some of Jesus's apostles were illiterate.
Oh, wait a minute.
So we don't have all the accounts of all the apostles. So that's just, again, a starting point. We can go into detail of this. I'm just not sure you really want to do all that. But we definitely do not have any historical records of anyone in Jesus's alleged lifetime to prove that he actually exists.
So, could you name any of the apostles who were illiterate?
No, I don't remember off the top of my head, but you can Google it and see. It's in the book. It's in the Gospels for sure.
So these apostles who at the time were Greek-speaking Jews, or it was transcribed to Greek, written in Hebrew or Aramaic, this is just like a made-up.
No, it was written in Greek. The New Testament's written in Greek. So if you're telling me that
it's Greek and Aramaic as well.
No, there are Aramaic, little sections of Aramaic in some of these texts, but it was all written in Greek. So what I'm trying to say is that if you think that these people who were Jewish, Aramaic speaking folks who spoke Greek well enough to write in Greek and tell a very detailed history, I got a bridge to sell you.
So
I got a bridge to sell you.
So who was Israel under captivity at that time? If the Gospels were to take place, who was Israel under captivity of?
The Romans.
What what language did the Romans speak?
Latin.
Alongside what else?
I mean, maybe some Greek. They conquered the Greeks at that point, I believe.
Yeah, it would be Greek as well.
But you're trying to sit here and tell me that these fishermen were not only literate in their own language and able to write in their own, spoken language, but also able to understand and write Greek well enough to write, epics, then,
Yeah, because they had
the century.
Yeah,
because
prior to that, they had actually memorized all of the Torah, which was the Jewish law.
I'm not saying they didn't, but we're talking about Greek. We're talking now literally like a third.
But now you're being disingenuous because the disciples were not Pharisees. They did not know the law. They were not keepers of the law. The Pharisees was the keepers of the law. Christ's disciples were regular people, which means that would have made them illiterate by nature just because of their status in the community. Learned men were the keepers of the law, which would have been the Pharisees of that time. They would have been the keeper of the Levitical law. Everybody didn't get to do that. Everybody did not get to hold the law and distribute and give understanding to it. So please, they were illiterate. They had no knowledge. They were not Pharisees. He did not make Pharisees a part of his clan.
Okay, so when the disciples are quoting the Torah to Jesus, and he's responding to their questions, like
anyone can record it. That means that they were going to the synagogues being taught. We do know that's where Jesus started his ministry, in the synagogues. But he did not take them from the synagogue. How come he didn't get his clan in the synagogue? He went outside of the synagogue to go to rally up his troops.
Okay, but these
just because people do that all the time. You have laymen in your church that did not go to seminary school, did not go to theologian school, and can quote a scripture. That's not that's not a prerequisite to quoting scripture. Going to learn it in a school or be taught it.
Full understanding of it.
What was their full understanding? They weren't teaching. Jesus was, and then they were teaching what Jesus taught them.
I mean, the law was pretty verbatim. The law tells you not to covet someone. What does it mean to covet?
Well, we know that the Pharisees talk about more than just the 10 Commandments. The Levitical priesthood, that law was 613. It wasn't just 10.
Yeah, I understand that, but anything having to do with days like the Day of Atonement, or anything having to do with the role of a priest, a Jewish priest, like, how could a person just have understanding of that just based off someone telling them?
I mean, culture. There's a whole bunch of people who are halfway Christians who understand what Easter service and Christmas services look like in a church.
If you've been doing it your whole life and you've been going and observing the Feast of Tabernacle, the Feast of Unleavened Bread, if you've been doing it your whole life because they were Jewish, then that means they are aware of the law. They're being taught it, but that don't make them keepers of the law. So they weren't administering the law. They were not Pharisees. Why are we arguing this point? They weren't. Like we can put this to rest. Like we're arguing over something that is simply isn't true, just because for the sake of arguing, just for the sake of being contrarian. Well, no. Like what are we doing?
Well, no, I'm just saying. I believe when God tells a people that He will write the law on their hearts and give them understanding of that law. I mean, He is to be true about that. So
when was that?
It's not being fully given from Pharisees at all times.
They may have had an understanding of like the spiritualness behind what they believe. That doesn't make them scholars. Like that's the difference.
The fact that Acts was written by Luke and he wasn't even a doggone disciple. So what are we doing? 2 books weren't even written by a disciple. What are we doing? And neither was Paul. Paul wasn't a disciple either. So what are we doing? Like, stop it. They were not even walking. They didn't walk with Jesus. They never saw Jesus, had no interactions with Jesus. So
So in Acts,
What?
when Paul, so in Acts when Paul is blinded by Christ because he's been persecuting Christians at that time. He didn't see he didn't see Jesus.
He saw a light. What did Jesus look like? A light. A
And
light
and
was
that's
shown. That's not saying
that
he saw
scripture.
Jesus.
That scripture actually is contradictory because in one place it says that
Three
he was
different places.
blinded.
I think it's 3 different times.
Yeah,
He tells that story. He tells it differently every single time.
every single time.
Every
One
time
place
he
was
told the story.
blinded. Another place he saw a light.
He didn't see no light.
Another
They
one he
saw. They
saw
didn't see.
Jesus.
They stood up. They fell down. Like, which one is it, Paul?
So where are these?
They're all in Acts
Yeah,
when he
so
tells
look
when
it
he
up.
talks to King Agrippa because the king says, "Oh, Paul, you nearly had me. I almost believed you. How am I thought you. Are you a Christian?
I am.
How do you not know this? Because I was a Christian. I used to see Sunday school. And I've been removed from Christianity for 20 years, and I haven't read Acts since I left Christianity. And we're talking about almost 20 years ago.
Okay.
And so how you don't know what we're talking about? That Paul mentions his experience and tells it 3 times and tells it different each time. And he's telling the king, which is the last time he tells it, and the king is like, oh, you almost hit him, Paul. Almost, but not quite enough.
That would be him going into further detail. Because you got to remember, even if you take that, what you said, Luke being the author of Acts, that's Luke writing down what he's been told. He's going around and getting these accounts.
Oh, so now it can be. Wait a minute. What you mean? He's giving more information. How is more information different information?
It's going into more detail.
But it's not more detail. How is that more detail telling me that when you first tell me, they stood up and no one saw? And then the next time you tell me you fell down and they did see. That's not more information. That's different information. Because more information would have been like telling us something that was said, something you hadn't already told us, and expounding upon the situation. No, he told a very different experience every single time. Because it can't be they both stood up and they saw nothing and they saw something. Let's say that he said, oh, they stood, then they fell. Okay, I give you that. But they saw something, then didn't see anything. It can't be both. It cannot be both. You got to pick a side. Which one was it? Did they see it or did they not see it?
These are accounts that he's gaining from other people.
Oh, now we get to say, so it doesn't have to be true then. So why am I reading it? If they can misremember, miswrite, tell the story inaccurately, then why are we even talking about it? Because you brought it up.
When I'm saying he's gaining different accounts at different perspectives.
Gaining different accounts from who? He only talking to one person. Paul. Paul is the one telling him the stuff. He getting his information from Paul. So what you telling me? Paul told a different story every time he talked to him?
No, I wouldn't say that.
So why is Luke writing down different scenarios?
I would tell him that would be him expounding on what Paul told him.
You have to look at the scriptures.
You mean embellishing?
Yeah, because that's exactly what
you call it expounding. I'm gonna use the word embellish.
Embellishing would be me adding.
He did add. Either it got to be one or the other.
That's far from the truth.
It is. He's embellishing. If you get to say that he got to play with the story, you want to call it expounding. I'm gonna call it embellishing.
Well, that wouldn't be the same word.
And Paul, just so you know,
I never said it was the same word. I said you're getting to say how he played with what was told. You can call it expounding. I'm going to call it embellishing.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, and there exactly what she said, and there are like several more contradictions just like that throughout the New Testament. So that's just one.
I don't understand how that would be a contradiction, but sure.
You could,
because you don't want it to be a contradiction.
So I encourage you to actually read these stories, these accounts side by side, so you can see what they're talking about.
I mean, I have, and I gave you my explanation.
I don't think you have. Surely, I don't think you have. And
I mean, okay. when they talk about in the Gospels, when they talk about what happened after Jesus was risen, John, the one Jesus loves, Mark, Matt, they all give a different account of what happened. And we're gonna say, well, they're only telling it from their perspective. Oh, really? Each one of them saying they got there first. Each one of them lying. Each one of them think that they got to the tomb first. Each one of them think they outran one another.
Yeah.
All right. We all can lie. We can all just tell our own version. And I'm supposed to believe the Bible then, so it's not an accurate. You cannot call it inerrancy if everybody gets to tell their own version. If everybody gets to tell their own version, then okay.
I mean, you compare a race. These are two men who raced each other.
What time was Jesus crucified?
What time was Jesus
What
crucified?
time of day was Jesus crucified?
It was the middle of the day.
Oh, in one account, it says that Jesus was crucified at noon or 3 or something like that. In another account, it says Jesus was crucified at 9 a.m.
Which one is it?
So
again, they get to tell it from their own perspective. Again, someone else telling the story. They get to play with it. It's just like y'all just keep moving the bar. Y'all want to keep moving the goalposts.
So the modern American clock or the modern
no, we're talking about Roman. This is happening. This is one story happening allegedly all the same time, right? According to you, multiple perspectives of the same thing. So how are we getting time wrong? How are we getting time wrong? We're not talking about our perspective. We're talking about literal translations of the Bible that were translated from the same language into the same language, from Greek into English. So how are we talking about them being different? American don't even factor into this shit. Like this was way before America was even a country that these scriptures are translated. So we're not even talking about that. We don't even factor in here.
How long was he on the cross?
I mean, you tell me. The scripture says he was crucified at 9.
At the third hour of the day.
Died at 9, and another one says he died at noon or 3. I can't remember.
The third hour of the day.
Yeah, and in Roman times, they started counting at 6 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah, that would be 9 a.m.
Not 9.
His death would be around giving that account at the 9th hour.
No one cares because he didn't exist. Can we move past the whole crucified savior?
I'm just saying.
I know.
If you want to look into it, there are more contradictions.
Because I don't know how this helps anyone. This does not convince anyone of Christianity for darn sure. All of these misgivings about what took place, having no proof outside of this book, and want to say this is Christian scholarship, like that's supposed to mean something. That's what Christians love to say, historical scholarship. Like, what does that even mean? That some Christian scholars decided we should give it authority? No, you don't have authority over me to tell me what I should give authority. You're not a Christian. I don't care about what some old white man said about a book that was written over decades and centuries. It took, no, thank you. Because they hid an agenda.
And they hid the agenda. What agenda?
I said they had, not hid.
Christianity.
What would be the agenda?
Obvious.
Control.
Christianity.
It's a business. Money control, manipulation.
So salvation and eternal life with God the Father is control.
Yes. Yeah. What is salvation? What is saved from what? What are you being saved from?
Your sinful flesh.
Why would I need to be saved from something that's going to the dirt anyway? My flesh ain't got nothing to do with it. It got to do with my mind.
So
my body don't do nothing that my mind don't tell it to do. Why isn't my mind being saved? Why am I worried about this flesh? How come God didn't die for my mind?
That transformation that's happening with the crucifixion of your flesh, that also entitles with your mind.
No, you talked about my flesh. Don't try to change it because I brought it to light that's what should be the message. But no, the message of Christianity is about saving the flesh, something that's going to the dirt anyway. So you're not saving my flesh because everybody's flesh is returning to the dust. From the dust it came, to the dust it returns. So Jesus dying on the cross did not die for my flesh because he didn't save it. He's not stopping this flesh from going to the dirt. Everybody come on this third dimensional plane, body goes right back to the dirt. So he did not come to save my flesh. Try again. Because everybody's flesh goes to the dirt.
You're talking about the physical flesh.
What of the flesh is it?
It'd be the flesh of your mind.
Oh, Lord. Y'all just be making that stuff on the fly.
That's definitely not in the book.
The flesh of your mind. That's a new one. I gotta give you. Y'all be coming. Y'all just be making up stuff.
To have our minds
But no, you too busy worried about the flesh. You too worried about the flesh though. And then when I pointed out to you, now you want to try to make the flesh mean the mind. If it meant the mind, then that's what you should have said. But no, Christians, because I used to be a Christian, are focused on the external. They're focused on what you can see. Although the foundation of Christianity should be focused on what you cannot see. And what can you not see? Someone's mind. Because Jesus doesn't say it is by your flesh that you are justified and it is by your flesh you are condemned. No, he said it is by your words are you justified and it is by your words are you condemned. Jesus wasn't worried about the flesh. He was worried about the mind. Christians and Paul are concerned about this flesh. Because that's all Paul talk about. And unless when he talking about
some demons.
Unless he's talking about the carnal mind, he switch up sometimes. He talk about the flesh, he talk about the carnal mind, he talk about the flesh, he talk about the carnal. He go back and forth. He can't seem to figure out which one he really want to talk about.
Sir Paul,
eight hours of sleep, 8 hours of work, 8 hours. Do what you will. You know that. Somebody said that, baby girl, you live in his time. 8 hours play, 8 hours sleep, 8 hours, 8 hours. He said play again. 8. But no, it's 8 hours of sleep, 8 hours of work, 8 hours of do what you will. 8. 8 hours of sleep, 8 hours of work, 8 hours. Do what you will.
He left up out of here.
He left up out of here because they know they can't. Yeah, they just be making up stuff.
Get into that book.
Boy,
talk about it. You might want to read it.
You might want to read it a little bit more before y'all start coming up here trying to, make up stuff as you go. It's not mocking. What are you talking about? That's from the Gilded Age. Y'all need to learn how to have a sense of humor. Devin McFly. Have you ever heard of the Gilded Age?
Trying to get that right.
Right. It's the second season of the Gilded Age on HBO. Lord, I don't know. Just so sensitive. Hello, Regina, the creative. Welcome. Yes, had women wrote the Bible, it would be more creative. Damn, Skippy. Are you there, Regina? Did you mean to come up? You can unmute. Hey, you didn't mean to come up? You're on the panel. If you didn't know, if you didn't mean to come up, I can drop you or you can unmute. Oh, no worries. Don't worry about it. I know sometimes I thought that this setup would keep people from hitting the box for requests, right? Because it's not like the other panel, right? It's not like the other panel. The invite keeps going up the screen.
Yeah, I like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I love your background too. It's so fun.
Thank you. That's what I say. And it's brighter, I'm like, I'm gonna start asking. Yeah, I'm gonna start okay, ChatGPT. I'm gonna start having those type of things. I'm like, ooh,
Yes.
Yes.
That would have been a romantic novel.
It actually is a love story, though. The Bible's actually a love story about you, telling you how to love yourself. I ain't telling you can have whatever you like. I tell you can have whatever you like. I say I could treat you so special, so nice. You don't even have to think twice. I tell you can have whatever you like. What do you want? That's what the book says. That's what the central figure of the gospel says. What do you have of me? What can I do for you? What do you want? He says, will thou be made whole? Will thou be made whole? Well, guess what? It's done unto you as you believe. All you got to do is say yes. That's all you got to do. All you got to do is say yes. Yes to peace. Yes to love. Yes to joy. Yes to prosperity, success, money, abundance, opulence. All you have to do is say yes. Did someone had a question? Let's see. Definitely, you're right. Definitely not Jesus. Definitely not Jesus. You sure right. We don't have gods over here.
What a relief.
He said, what a relief.
Yeah, what a relief. That's just pretty cool. I was watching this TikTok the other day. Mm-hmm. It was about this woman who, she was like, oh, like, y'all need to stop worshiping the goddess Kali, because Kali already has, like, to worship Kali, you have to get into some serious shit. Like, you gotta, like, do your offerings just right, and and like all this other shit. And I was like, she was like, my grandmother was worried for me when I started worshiping Kali, because
who's that?
Like, this is some girl on TikTok. I don't know
who is Kali.
Kali, a Hindu goddess.
Oh, okay.
She's like goddess of destruction. Like, she don't fuck around. She's the one who's got the many arms, and she's like got a head in her, like a severed head in her hand. Yeah, it's some serious shit.
Is she like Medusa?
Yeah, it's just something like she's supposed to. I don't really fully know the whole details, but yeah, she's supposed to be like justice. Like, she's supposed to like deliver justice, basically. And she said that her own grandmother was worried about her for when she started worshiping her, because she was like, that woman that goddess don't play around. I'm like, you know what? It's nice to just kind of skip to this whole like singularity, the whole God within thing, versus trying to like worship all these other gods. Because listen, we think our God is fickle. Like, these other guys, it's a whole lot of other shit going on. A whole lot of other shit, that they have to do to worship those gods. I'm like, you know what? I don't got time for all that. I really don't have time. I have no time.
I think that's why a lot of people, when you hear people say, oh, I was a spiritualist and now I ran back to Jesus, because they be trying to get into that, that whole protection mentality, right? And they be trying to conjure up these spirits to do harm to people and stuff like that. And they don't really know what they be doing, and they don't understand that the mind is powerful, and the thing you think you wishing for another, you causing against yourself. But people don't really think that. They don't really understand. And then that makes them, they're so focused on evil spirits and conjuring up these spirits and conjuring up things to come and do this and do that. And then they don't realize they're just wreaking havoc over their own lives.
And they're scaring themselves.
Yep.
Because they truly feel that mindset of like, if I do it to you, it's going to happen to me. And then when you think that way, of course, like, you're going to be, having your head on a swivel, so they're not fully locked in like that. And they believe that it can happen to them. And then they're always worried, well, is someone trying to hex me? Well, let me try to, like you said, I think you're exactly right. That's what it is. Jesus is easier than that. Jesus is way easier and familiar.
All they got to say is Satan the Lord rebuke you when they're good.
Jesus is a lot more simple than a lot of these other gods these people be worshiping.
All they got to be like, let me get my crucifix. Let me get my rosary. Right. Let me get on my hands and knees. Jesus.
And it's very prescriptive, right? Like, because of the Bible, it's so easy to pull up the scriptures. Just like you have hoodoo, which is always, encompasses a lot of scriptural scriptures and stuff like that. And and because you have a written book that is, something you kind of have reference for, but also
get the right words to
reference
say.
for.
Yep, you can come up with the right words to say.
Yeah, this other shit, it could be in a totally different language. You might not fully understand the context. Like, there's all other things. You might not know if this God is friendly or not. Some gods are very picky. And, obviously it's all mental, right? But
because a lot of times they're moving in fear, right? It's not love they're moving
Yes.
in. They're moving in fear. And there's no fear is torment. We try to tell y'all this. We try to tell you fear is torment. It's torment.
Yep.
And y'all think y'all tormenting someone else when you're really tormenting yourself.
Yeah, they think they're going to hex somebody else.
And they hexing themselves.
Or put someone in a freezer, or, do whatever the hell else. Like, there's all kinds of things people do. And it's like, you know what? Like, it's too much. There's too much, like you said, fear around, am I doing this right? Am I doing this spell right? Am I doing this working right? And if I don't do it exactly right, then the God is not going to be pleased. There's one God who likes pound cake, and
Lord, not pound cake.
Oh yeah, they have very specific. Some of them have very specific.
This just show you that people just be making this stuff up.
Yeah, some of
people
them
just
homemade. Some people, I'm telling you, it is very, very specific. And if you get into it,
that's why I say spirituality is no different than religion.
It's not.
It's all fear mongering. It's all you're broken and you need protection.
Yep, and you can't save yourself, and there's entities outside of you that are bigger than you. And if you don't do it right, then calamity will befall you. I remember I saw this other TikTok. This guy was saying that there's a lady who his dad was on Facebook. And this lady was on Facebook and had mentioned his dad in a post when she was trying to give condolences to another family about some other guy who had passed away. And so for some reason, the mix-up made everyone think that this man's father had passed away. And then 2 weeks later, he actually did pass away. So people are now mad at this lady because they believe that she has hexed him to the point where she has caused this man to pass away. And so that type of shit, that's that, it's very, you know what I mean? It gets very, very tricky. I've known people who were oh, they don't put pictures on their mantle if unless all the people in those pictures have passed on. They don't put pictures on their mantle of people who are living and also dead on their mantle together. And they only put dead people on their mantle. And because they feel it's.
That's why when people come up here trying to make examples of me when they know effed up stories, don't use me.
No.
You better find some other way to tell your little effed up story. What you're not going to do is add me to your crazy ish. You gonna find somebody else to use in this hypothetical situation.
Yeah.
Because I know words are powerful. Words are powerful, and
black people, we're very superstitious.
It's not even about being superstitious. I just know words are powerful, and then I have to, and it's not even that I believe what they're saying. I just don't even want to even listen to the story because I know where it's going, and I'm just tell your story a different way. No, just don't put me in it.
Like Virginia said, without fear, Christianity does not work.
It doesn't, or spirituality. A lot of that is based in fear. They still believe in evil spirits. That's what we were just talking about. Hoodoo and all that. I need sage for protection. I need the amethyst for this. I need this for peace. I need this to soothe me. I need this to relax me. Damn, when you get done, you ain't bought the whole damn crystal store. And all of the spices. right? You gotta put salt by the door. You gotta throw salt over your shoulder. You gotta mix up and then you gotta invoke energy. I'm just y'all can have that. That's too much work. If y'all don't think it's too much work, do y'all? The way I've been living my life has been easy peasy, fresh and squeezy for me. I ain't got time for all that.
Yeah.
I mean, you wasting my time worrying about what somebody else think about me is just hard work. It's just labor intensive. That's something I don't want to spend my time doing. So let's see if Gilo, did you mean to come up? Gilo? How do you say it?
Maybe Galo?
Gulo? Is it like Q with a G? Guelo?
It was in the comments, or whoever was in the comments earlier.
Mm.
Or in the chat, I mean.
Yeah, G-Lo.
And I'm always thinking, like, who eats this food after you offer it up? Like, do you eat it?
Yeah, does it go in the garbage? Because you cannot tell me that these spirits are actually getting a knife and fork.
Sam said, my God, like chocolate cake for sure.
Who said that?
Sam.
Oh,
So
Lord.
funny.
Oh, Lord, not like chocolate cake. Hey, Manifestation. Manifestation said, oh, there they are. Hello?
Hello.
How are you?
I am marvelous as usual. Can't complain.
Great.
Highly blessed. Favored by the Lord. And you?
Amazing. Wonderful.
Good. So, now you want what? I'm looking at the prompt. The Bible is a manifestation book.
Mm-hmm.
That's the prompt, right?
Mm-hmm.
Can you explain that to me? Because maybe I'm not getting it right, but I just want to know exactly what you mean by that.
It's telling you that your thoughts are things. What you think about, you bring about.
It's telling that your thoughts are things, you said?
Mm-hmm.
What you think about, you
Bring about.
bring about. Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you reference Proverbs. I believe it's Proverbs 23:7. I believe that's the one. As a man thinks in his heart. You ever heard of that scripture?
Oh, okay.
Have you ever heard of that scripture? As a man thinks in his heart, so is he.
As a man thinketh, so shall he is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same
Yeah.
thing. I just say it in layman's terms.
Okay.
Yep. That your words become flesh. John 1.
Your words become flesh.
Yes, John 1.
John 1. Oh, you mean the gospel according to John?
Yes.
Chapter 1, verse 1?
One through
God?
I believe it's 1 through 3 or 1 through 4.
Yeah, 1 through 3.
Yeah, it might even extend to 5.
Yeah, maybe to 5, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So you're saying that, wow, that kind of sounds like, I think it's said in Romans, I'm not sure, that like God can speak the end from the beginning, speak things that are not as though they were.
Yes.
You believe you can do that?
Yes, you can too. You do it all the time. We do it all the time.
I thought that was something only exclusive to God, though.
But the Bible says you are God.
Where?
Psalm 82:6 and John 10:34.
John 10 to 34.
The 34th
John
verse.
10:34.
34. You have 3:4.
And what does that say?
Have I not said that ye are gods? Is it not written? Is it not written? Is it not written in your scriptures?
I'm not as fast as you.
Okay. It says, is it not written? I'll pull it up to give you the exact verse.
That ye are gods.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it to you. I'm gonna give you the exact verse. John 10 and 34.
Quick question: is that a small G or capital G?
Does it matter?
Yes, it does.
Absolutely not. That's what the English translators did. There were no capital G or lowercase g in Greek. No. Yes. Okay. In Greek, there are no capital and lower cases.
Okay. Now, do you know?
I ain't gonna need me looking it up.
Okay. That they were talking about people that they put in the position to judge the people of Israel.
And where do you get this? Where do you get that from? Give me a scripture that said gods mean the rulers of the day.
I'm giving you the context of
no, you don't get to tell me what it means if I can't tell you what it means. No, you don't. I don't have to agree with it.
I'm not saying you have to agree with it, but that's how.
Also, that's not the context.
I have to explain.
That's not the context.
No, you don't have to explain. You're explaining it wrong. How you going to explain something you don't understand? You're explaining something you don't understand.
The word of God about context?
No, it's not.
No?
No.
Okay.
It's only
I'm gonna let
context
you
for
go, but I see
Christians.
where this is going.
Right. It's only
I'm gonna let you
context for
go.
Christians. Christians only
I'm
like
gonna let you.
context when it
I'm gonna
doesn't,
let
when they
you
don't
go.
like what
I'm
it's
good.
saying.
I'm good. I'm
Good.
good.
Why are you still talking? You can drop. Like, no one's stopping you from leaving.
Also, that's not the context of that scripture.
They love to say that. They heard somebody else say it.
If it's all context, then none of it applies to us. Like, if it's all context and the context is so important, then none of it actually applies to anything that we're doing today.
That's what I said. Why are you reading it? The context. Paul was talking to the church at Corinth, the church at Galatia, the church at Rome. Like, what are we doing? That means he was never talking to you ever. The Bible in the Old Testament, God was only talking to the Israelites, which you are not. If we're gonna go by present day, you know, they want to get into all that. I'm just like, y'all always want to talk about who God was talking to. You know, when he told the rich young ruler to sell all he had. Okay, so are you about to sell all you had? Or why are we bringing up this scripture? Like, no, he was talking to him, so why are we talking about it? Why are we having this conversation? If none of the scripture ever to you, the ones you don't like, if they're never to you, that's real convenient. Let me contextualize scripture when I don't like what it's saying.
But when it's about suffering, it's all about me. When it's all about, you know, the works of the flesh, it's all about me specifically. When it's talking about, you know, needing to, you know, be sinless before God, it's talking about me specifically. But when it comes to actually having power and actually, you know, making change and being abundant, it's not talking about me. It's talking about the context. What are we saying?
And it just shows you that they really believe God has respect of persons, right? The only way God is going to call you a God is that you have to have some form of position or leadership, right?
Right. And that's not the context. I stand super strongly on that. That is not the context of that scripture.
I'll be like, wait a minute, what? So God is only calling, and it's only will have to mean refer to men then, right? Because women didn't have a place of authority. So again, the misogynistic mindset of this God.
Right. And that is not the context of this original quotation of the scripture.
Right. Because women never had positions of authority.
Right. That the original in the Psalms was not talking about or to Jewish leaders specifically. It wasn't talking about that at all. So even if Jesus did apply that to these people, it's still taken out of context.
Right, because he's rebutting what they say to him. He's like, why are you stoning me? Because you being mere man, not you being a person of authority, right? Not you holding some type of position. They literally said, because you being a mere man, make yourself equal to God. And then he states back to them, well, have I not said, or is it not written in your script that I have said ye are gods? So
yeah,
what?
Plural.
This has nothing to do with, and then you know, and I get it. You know, these translators try to play with people's minds. Well, that's a small g. Yes, because they really want to make you think that you're a little God, but you're not the God.
Even if you are, you're still a God.
Right? Like,
it doesn't really matter.
Like,
nothing has been created. What does the scripture say? Everything is, you know, nothing that has been created was not created by him, or something.
Right? Like yeah. John 1:3. All things that were made by him, and there was nothing that was made that was not made by him. Right? Yes. Right. It's all God. Everything is God. Yeah.
There is nothing new under the sun. So yeah, you can have. I'm not creating planets. I mean, doesn't mean I'm not God. Like, what are we talking about?
And it says, I've never seen those planets, and I'm just going by what somebody else said. They're like, oh, we have a solar system. We have all these balls rolling around. Do we? How does that change our existence here on this earth? For real, like saying that we have this solar system, other than the sun and the moon, all those other planets or spheres in the, you know, galaxies on the Milky Way, that changes our life. How?
It doesn't.
And then when you start saying like, how do we know any of these? Oh, how the scientists? Yeah, but they always got you looking out there. It always has you looking external to yourself instead of you getting to know you and getting to know your body and your mind and your dominion and your power. You're always looking and searching for something outside of you. It's a distraction to keep you away from self.
If you're interested in the topic, that's one thing. But if you're, making it mean something,
like let's go to Mars, y'all.
It doesn't mean shit. Going to Mars, first of all, is stupid. But secondly,
even to the moon. What were you supposed to do when you got there?
Mars isn't impossible. Living on Mars is impossible. That's the only thing.
But what is the point of going to the moon?
Yeah.
To do what? To say we made it? We did it, y'all. Okay. Now what? Back to business as usual.
It's cool. Interesting stuff, It's one of those things, right? The point is to experience, right? That's the only point. Like there's no point beyond that, right? There's no point beyond.
But it's not my experience. That's their experience. I ain't go to the moon. Yeah. I didn't experience it. I'm not doing this we thing. We went to the moon. No, they went. Even if they went, we didn't do anything.
That's true.
They went to the moon. If they even went there, I have no idea that they did. No proof. I wasn't there. I wasn't born at the time. I have absolutely no idea. And again, does it make my life any more, it's just diverting money into something, right? They put a lot of money into NASA, right? And then they try to convince people it's not enough money to go around to make sure people have a house, to have food, to have clothes, right? Yeah. So, okay.
Yeah.
It's just one big dream. It's just, and so it's just like, what do you want to dream? What do you want your reality to be? Do you want to go to the moon? Go to the moon. Go to bed at night and say, I'm going to the moon. Tell us what your trip was like when you get back. Was no gravity there? What do they call it? Like
yeah, basically I don't know what the word is.
Right.
It's not exactly zero gravity there, but yeah, it's less gravity.
Right.
Like it's interesting. I think people just do it for that point, but yeah, to try to draw meaning from it,
it's whatever you say.
Exactly. I, personally like learning about that type of thing, but I also don't make it, mean anything other than what it is. It's just interesting.
Yeah, it's just interesting. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah. Yeah, you're like, oh, look at it, so pretty. Oh, you can get your little microscope, and But when it comes down to it, as we were discussing earlier today, it's just like understanding how powerful your mind is and deciding is what it is you want to bring forth just by choosing it. Because that was really the significance of remembering who you are, is to remember that you can call those things into being. The script says, call those things that be not as though they were, and making the invisible, bringing in the invisible into visibility, right?
Absolutely.
So what do you go ahead?
That's my favorite. I just want to say that's my favorite script. One of my favorite scriptures.
Oh, really? Calling those things that be not as though they were.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I know it said God who calls, but we know we're God, so we ain't got to say that part. I call those things that be not as though they were.
Yep, and God is doing the calling through us. Because we have to be the ones to recognize that it wasn't called, and then it somehow became called.
I know, right?
Through something. Through us.
Somebody was like, that's okay, Mello was like, sheesh, your living room is #goals. I was not going to correct you. I was going to be like, yeah, yes. And it was like, actually, I'm slow because I just realized that it's wallpaper shaking my head. It's okay. It's all right. That's what I'm talking about. This is my goal. This is a
Yes.
goal. Yes. You got to write the vision, make it plain. Right? Like you can use these AI tools to your advantage. They can be your quote unquote vision board.
Yep. I
What?
have on my Pinterest board. I have a picture of my hand, my real hand, and on my hand are the rings that I want, like the wedding rings that I want, the different kinds.
Oh,
Because I
nice.
use AI for that to create that, and then I also have like different ones where I'm like, this is what I want my apartment to look like. This is this is my real apartment, but I want it to look like that. AI should be powerful. It's good for visualization if you want to get into that.
Love it. Love it. Yeah, I mean, this is how we write the vision in today's society, right? It's how we visualize. We got pictures. We can put pictures right before us. Right? Like, do what resonates with you. Like I said, there's no right or wrong way to manifest, right? But when you're looking to harm others, I would just caution that, you know, because yeah, because we're not talking about things happen to people on a collective basis. We're talking about individual basis. I know people want things to happen on a collective basis, but that's why collectively people were told to think a certain way. And collectively, when people think a certain way and then you start to awaken out of that programming and out of that matrix, now it becomes an individual thing. All this time you were conformed to someone else's reality, right? You're like a zombie. You're a dead man walking and you're just playing, helping someone your power, now your dream. And man, the mind is so hard. And that's why I do my best not to make it like a judgment of like a right or wrong or good or bad, right? That whole, this shouldn't be happening. You don't want this to happen. Because at the end of the day, if something happens that, like Tox was talking about on Facebook feed, people thinking someone's father had passed and then 2 weeks later it happened, we also don't know what he was thinking, right? We also don't know the mind of the person. And so it could have just been a reflection of what was already going on within him too, And since we don't know, because I'm never going to say the power is outside of us. The power is within us, but can we give our power to something outside of us? Of course we can. That's why you got to be careful of what you're creating. And if you have the opportunity to change it, change it. Repent, change the narrative, and decide what you want. And how easy it is. Like, that's why I talk about those documentaries, like with the cults and the tyrants and the men of the giants of industry and in our the banking industry as well as Hollywood, right? Those people that experienced great success, or they were able to convince others that they were their leader, or convince, right? These people fully adopted that idea that this is who they were. And the moment you adapt whatever it is you're wanting to experience, the moment you fully adapt it, you will experience it. Because because they're showing you on both ends of the spectrum. These people who got people to glorify them and see them as God, whether it was from a religious organization or whether it was from just a leader of people, a leader of others, or if it was someone, all those examples was them being leaders of something, right? Whether leaders in business or whether leader of religious organizations or spiritual organizations. At the end of the day, they saw themselves as leaders and glorified saviors. So if they can do that and they can convince others of their vision, convince yourself of your vision. Because you already got to convince nobody else but you. You don't have to convince nobody. You don't have to go around trying to program somebody else's mind and get somebody to repeat something over and over again. Try to make people, tell somebody some wild mystical story and make them believe that you this special being with special powers and all of that. You just need to give yourself the audacity to dream big. Give yourself the permission to dream bigger than the best you know. You got to be willing to give yourself permission to dream grand, to be grand. That's what manifestation is about. Go ahead, Tox.
Sorry, I did not mean to unmute myself. I was trying to look this person up.
Oh, okay.
It's our friend Silas.
Hello.
Hello. How are you?
I'm great. I'm always in my toes. So I'm going. How you been?
Oh, amazing. Thank you.
Well, you got that energy. I've been watching all your videos, boy. I tell you. you entertain me, I you know what's so amazing, right? When I watch your videos, right, you making, it's like I don't think people pay attention to really, how you reacted. It's like you that free spirit where you can be you, and I like that, and that's what we're all supposed to be.
Yep.
You want to talk to them snake next minute? Go ahead. as long as you don't bite nobody. So see, that's what it's about, and I like that. I thought I have to come up and say that because not everybody gonna tell you the facts. This is truth, and I appreciate you for being you. You're a great woman. You're a great soul. You're a good spirit.
Thank you. Appreciate
you're a great
that.
spirit.
Thank you.
So topics. Your topic. It's always. Listen, it's almost so much so you can come up about, but it's not for everyone, and it's unfortunate. I was working today. I was listening to you earlier.
Mm-hmm.
I was working, but I listened to everything you were saying. It's not for everyone. So some will come. You just take a little bit, let them go. Don't give them the whole pot. Some of them don't even know how to make the pot. They just want to take a little bit and go. Some of them don't say, "No, I don't want that. They look ugly." Just like I read a comment earlier, and somebody say, "Well, you need to listen to me so you can find yourself." Like me coming to you, right? But that person that ignorant who say that, I don't even call it ignorant. That lost soul who say that to you is because he don't know. See, I don't even pay attention to people like that, but I read it, I saw it.
Mm-hmm.
Because if he go deep within himself, then you will know that we all been bamboozled.
Yep.
We all been fooled.
Yep.
For thousands of years. But you don't know that the time we're living in right now, you cannot hide the truth anymore.
Right.
It's coming out one way or the other.
Yep.
One way or the other.
Mm-hmm.
So we are the Christ. Remember, Yeshua himself, he said, when the time comes, if you try to shut the mouth, those who try to tell the truth, the rock will start speak. And he said it. So this is the time now. So those fools and be the fool. Continue what you're doing. Because guess what? It's not for everyone, sister.
Now, I'm not even trying to give it to everyone. But if you come on my live, that means you're supposed to hear it. Now, whether you receive it or not, that ain't gonna do with me.
They're so far behind. Everything that a light coming to tell them, that's evil. See, because that's how far they lost. That's how far lost they are. Because they don't have no wisdom, no understanding at all to know the right from wrong. So they've been followed all their life, and they're gonna leave their children to be a follower. And it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. I mean, it's kind of hurt, but hey, not everybody can go there where we're going because it's not for everyone. So,
well, everybody has their own journey. Everybody has their own way. So,
absolutely.
people eventually come to the realization when it's their time. When it's their season, their seed finally blooms. That spark of light finally illuminates the mind. And then, all you can do is share it. You have nothing to do with how it germinates, how it grows.
You did your part.
Yep.
So as a matter of fact, right now, I'm about to go. I got here. I'm making a good Creole soup.
Oh, nice. Nice. Okay.
Oh, yes.
Enjoy.
Oh,
Enjoy.
yeah. Oh, it's very tasty. I'm making a good Creole soup. So, because it's already late, so I'm going to take just a little boil out of it and then take a shower, go lay down, and in the morning I'm going to fix me a bowl to take to work with me.
All right. Sounds good.
I don't eat them food they be cooking out there. I don't know what they put in them.
Love it.
Yes. So take care of yourself, take care of your soul, take care of your body, take care of your family, sister.
Absolutely. Always.
One love.
Everyone's well taken care of. Don't you worry.
Absolutely.
That's a done deal. That's a done deal. Yep.
Yes, indeed.
All right.
Indeed.
All right.
Bless.
You enjoy the rest of your evening.
Indeed. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you.
Hey.
All right. Yep. Manifestation. You can have whatever you like. Just continue to remain focused, single eye. There's really nothing to do. You just have to make the choice. Just make the choice. I don't even want to add anything after that because it's really nothing after that. It's once you make the choice, that's it. All of this other stuff is just making it fun, right? Like when Latasha said, oh, I use my Pinterest and I do this and I do that. That's just like making it fun, right? Like that's just like enjoying what is about to come forth, right? Because it's already done. The thing you want already exists. So you just have fun with it. You play with it, right? To lighten it up. So take the pressure off of trying to wonder when or where. You can let that mindset go and just enjoy life because there really actually is nothing to do. I remember Miss Kitty was talking about a book that she had read. And she said she wanted to reread it again because the author in it was talking about, I forgot what type of characters. I want to say maybe they were kittens or some type of animals in the book. And one of the animals always had a pristine car, but the other character never saw him clean it, never saw him wax it, but he always had a pristine car. And she was saying that the author was wanting the reader to know that's the state we all should be existing in the state that you're always taken care of. Everything is already done for you. There's nothing to do. It's only to be. To really occupy that state of mind, to really live in that state. All right? That's really what self-mastery is. That's really what awakening is realizing I'm not here to fix me because I'm not broken. Like you really have to let go of that mindset that you need to fix you. I know I saw this one TikTok video and this guy was talking about he did all the things. He went to, sit at the feet of some gurus. He did all of the plant medicines. He did this, he did that, he did this, and he finally came to the realization is that, how long am I going to be trying to heal myself? How long am I going to be on this road to recovery? How long am I going to keep seeking something outside of me? That's what I had the realization when I'm like listening to, like when you listen to Reverend Ike and Dr. Joseph Murphy and Bill Donahue and especially Neville Goddard, specifically him, you never hear him talk about there's something wrong with you that you need to alleviate or change before you get a desired fulfilled. His whole claim to fame was live in a state of fulfillment. That was all you had to do, was to live in the state of the fulfilled desire. That was it. Assume it's yours, and it will be. And he would even talk about different ones that maybe to us maybe didn't seem have to have the right attitude. I don't know if you all recall the lecture where he talked about the woman that she would say, "Isn't it wonderful? Isn't it wonderful? Isn't it wonderful?" And I believe her friend was very wealthy, and he ended up he would take her out to dinner, out to shows, but he would never give her any money. He finally decided to give her money. He ended up giving her $100,000, you know, to have. And then I think he gave her another like $200,000. And she was talking to Neville, and she was starting to like get a little upset because she wanted more. And he was trying to tell her, be careful of, you know, your mood. Be careful how you think, because you may end up getting an experience that you really don't want to have. Because she was starting to talk against the guy who was giving her money monetarily, because she almost became expectant of it. But when he wouldn't give it, she was being a little resentful. And he was warning her, be careful of it, because then you're going to manifest that. So stay in that state that calls you to get the several $100,000 with the state of, isn't it wonderful? Isn't it wonderful? Isn't it right? And so he, you know, when Neville is telling you, when he's giving instructions on how to manifest, he's never coming from the place that you don't deserve it, you're unworthy, you need to do, you know, you need to fix yourself before you get it. No, he always says, just go to the end. Create a scene if you can visualize, or hear somebody's voice, or say, isn't it wonderful? Or remember when, right? He had these different little things that he wanted you to implement into your life to signify to yourself, I already have it. Because at the end of the day, that's all those techniques are for. It's for you to convince yourself you already have it. And once you have satisfied that mindset within yourself, then you can go your way in peace. You don't no longer have to worry. And you can get out of that state of making it urgent, or making it seem like it's an emergency, or if you don't get it, you know, life is just not going to be worth living. Like, get out of that mindset. You really get into the state of, you know, knowing that the reason why I'm desiring it is because I already have it. The moment I asked for it, the answer was yes. The moment it came into my mind, it was yes. Consciousness never says no. Consciousness never says work for it. Consciousness never says prove it. And so, yes, we have to deconstruct from those religious mindsets that try to convince you that, yes, you do have to work for it. You do have to prove it. You do have to struggle to get it. You do have to, you know, go through leaps and bounds. You do have to be tested. You do have to be shown, do you really want it? Do you really want it? And you know that simply isn't true. We see a lot of people get things that we feel like they kind of half-heartedly wanted it, or they didn't, you know, they didn't seem like they deserved it, because, you know, for whatever reason, we look on the outside and was like, how did they get it? I know they don't have the skill set. I know they can't really sing. How they got a music career, right? We've heard that about different celebrities. How did you get that? You okay as an actress, but how you get to be? you can't. You're really, your voice isn't. You don't have a Whitney Houston voice. You don't have a Mariah Carey. But how did you end up with this successful singing career? How do you always seem to be in all the TV shows and all the movies? That's why we're cautioned to not compare, because you don't know what happened behind the scenes, and it really isn't any of your business. Your business is your business. Mind the business that pays you. Don't care about your path. That's what I said. You can do all you can do to keep yourself together while you're trying to figure out how somebody else gonna keep themselves together. Tox, I know you wasn't here earlier. Did you see the lady the demure lady?
Yes.
I think I sent it to you. Did I send that to you? Did you watch that video?
I think you did. I didn't see the one that you sent, but I know the general gist of what's going on with that. Some craziness.
My son was like, some people don't want you to, which to me this didn't apply to the demure lady, but he was like, some people just want you to think that they have everything together, right? People want to put on this front that everything, and some people are in fear of making you think that they don't have it all together anymore. And maybe it did take a lot for her to get on the internet, because she was presenting this lifestyle of, oh, I'm getting these tens of $1,000 brand deals. They're paying me $80,000, $40,000, $60,000 to just post videos. And then not many months later, you have to tell people, basically, I ran out of my money. Right? Yeah. Or I had, because it kind of reminds me of, I got to find that video by Les Brown, where he talks about when he first started off, when his motivation, right? And then it started to happen. He started to get everything that he wanted. The money started flowing so effortlessly, so easily. And he started thinking, this is too good to be true. He started believing, and maybe that's what the demure person was doing. And because she also said that she was not happy with all the money flowing, she said she thought she would be happy, and she just wasn't happy. But she's taking care of her family. She's buying the things. She's doing what she thinks she should do, because she got the big break, right? She got the break, and her break was to make sure everybody else was good. And she was like, I thought that when the money came that I would be happy, but I don't know why I'm not happy. And Les Brown was like, he kept thinking that, and he just couldn't. And then he said, it became too good to be true. The speaking and gaming stopped flowing in. The money stopped flowing.
I hate to see it. I think that's,
these are cautionary tales. This is why the Christ never condemned you for getting a thing. Because anybody can get money, clearly. We see people get money. Can they keep the money? Is a whole nother. Have they accepted that this has nothing to do with worthiness? You don't owe nobody nothing. You just because you figured out how to make money don't mean now you got to support your whole damn tribe. Because I'm still not thinking that like that. At first I did used to be like, oh, I'm gonna get this person this, and then I had to like catch myself, and I'm glad I came out of that. That if I get, and actually my children actually help, especially Maya. Maya be like, Ma, you ain't gotta help. No. She like, let grown people figure it out. And my oldest daughter too. They're like, they grown just like you. If you had the mindset to do it, they can do it too. And we got to stop thinking that grown folks don't have choices. And just like you had a choice, and just like you decided that, no, I can be great. This thing can happen for me. Like, we got to get out of that savior mentality. We have this savior mentality that we are here to save the world. Go ahead, Tox.
No, I completely agree with you. I was actually just listening to Neville lecture on that today, which was, I'm sure you've heard it, about Nicodemus, and how, so it's about Nicodemus and about, I don't know why Nicodemus is actually in the story, to be honest with you. That was the first part. But the what you're talking about, he was talking about a story where in Barbados, one of his neighbors had a cow, and the cow was giving so much milk that he couldn't drink it all. So he was giving the excess to another neighbor. Or Neville, this is all Neville's neighbor doing this.
Okay.
But when the cow became with calf, basically again, she couldn't produce milk. So, but the neighbor got so upset because the man had been giving him all this excess milk for free this whole time. And the neighbor had said to the guy with the cow, "Oh, well, if I had known the cow was going to run out of milk, I just wish you had never given me any milk at all."
Damn.
Like, and mind you, the cow was only going to not be able to give milk for like 4 weeks,
He
But
had become
because the
dependent
neighbor-
so much on the free
Yes.
milk.
He got so dependent on this milk that was given to him, with grace for free out of the kindness of that farmer's heart, that he couldn't even appreciate it anymore. And Neville was just talking about how, like, at the time, I don't know what was going on in the world at that time. I think this was after President Hoover died.
Okay.
But he was just saying, like, all this money is going into all these poverty or anti-poverty programs, and when we really need to be doing it, the church needs to be teaching people about the power of the mind.
Yeah.
And that's something you can do for free.
Yeah. Yeah.
You don't have to spend billions. You don't have to spend a cent on it, let alone billions on teaching people how to use their mind to get out of poverty.
Yeah.
Because it starts there.
Yeah, that's what Reverend Ike said. He said that poverty is big business. So there's a lot of money in being in poverty.
Yep. Oh, 100%. 100%. I got a whole rant about nonprofits that I'm not going to go into.
That kind of reminds me of an Abraham McHicks story, Esther Hicks story, about her talking about how she had, I can't remember if it was a cousin or someone that she had been helping out for like years. And the moment she stopped helping out, they were resentful, right? Like they have been so used to her accommodating them financially that when she finally stopped, they felt some kind of, right? They get mad. It's like the more you help, the more they expect you to help. And then the moment you don't, because now they just really need it. Like they ain't need it all them other times, right? But the very time you stop offering and giving, then all of a sudden, this one particular time is a life or death situation, and they are going to rend you to pieces for not assisting.
Yep.
That's why I come from the fact I will give because I want to, not because you asked me.
Right.
I never give because you gave me this sob story and you think you emotionalized some dollars up out of me. Not happening. I know how to say no.
Some people don't need to have skin in the game in order to appreciate what you offer. They need to have some money on the table or something that they have to show in exchange in order for them to mentally recognize what you're giving as valuable. And that's not true for everybody. Some people, I feel like I know a good thing when I see it. I don't. If I see something is free, low cost, or whatever, and it's useful to me or whatever, I'm gonna take advantage of it. I'm not going to look a gift horse in the mouth. Okay. But some people need to. That's something I learned over the years from missing out on opportunities because I thought they were too good to be true.
Ooh. And
once I realized, no, you actually need to take up this opportunity while you have the ability to. Then I soak it up. I soak it all up now.
Ooh.
And I don't miss opportunities anymore.
Oh, I love it. Oh, I love it. Yeah.
So I feel like, people definitely, sometimes some people need to put in some skin in the game somehow, in some way. It doesn't have to be monetarily, money. But yeah, I just think some people don't appreciate until.
Yeah. Even if they do put some people still knock on. They still want you to do people always want to condition the desire. When the desire doesn't, because it's not about you helping someone else. That's the whole problem. You're not here to help anyone. You're here to help people help themselves. And how do you help someone help themselves? Teach them how to think about what you're trying to do to me. Hey, think, like people don't want to think. They just want someone to do. And the doing is not the problem. The thinking is. Anybody can get up and work. That's not the thing. Everybody deciding to take accountability for their thinking is a whole nother situation. Yeah, but what it starts off is you cannot start off on a straw man's premise. You cannot go into telling people to use their mind by telling them it's something wrong for them. To telling people they're hurt. They're dealing with trauma. You got issues. That's not how you build someone up, by tearing them down. You don't tear people down to build them up. You allow people to look in the mirror and see their own beauty, their own strength, their own courage, their own skills, their own talents. Everyone was given several abilities. Everyone was given several abilities. Everyone was given a skill. Everyone was given a talent. It's just about discovering yours, unearthing your own talent.
Now, that parable of the talents always used to scare me as a kid. Like
Did
used to make me, yeah, it used to make me feel like, oh my God, am I doing what am I making the most of my talents? Am I investing my talents the right way? Because at the end of the story, what is it like? The person who had one talent went and buried it in the ground and came back to the teacher and said, well, I was scared about what you were going to do to me if I can't remember the whole story. I was scared they were telling the person, oh, I'm scared of what you were going to do with me if I had lost a talent or something like that. So I just buried it in the ground. And then the person who gave the talents was like, get away from me. I never knew you or something like that. Oh my God, this used to scare me as a kid. Am I really doing enough?
I think you're putting two different stories together.
I think so.
Yeah, because the 5 talents was that he just took his talent away from him because he didn't use it and gave it to the one who had many. And then that's when Jesus says, to them that have, it shall be given, and that in abundance, and to them that have not, even which he thinks he has, shall be taken away.
Yes. No, there's that. I don't know what other story I was thinking of then.
Yeah, it is a story that talks about, that was the one that they were saying, but Jesus, didn't we testify? Did we not cast out demons in your name? Did we not do these things in your name? He said, get away from me, you workers of iniquity. I never knew you. Because they think it's about the outer.
What's the one about weeping and gnashing of teeth? Isn't that in a parable somewhere?
Yeah. I think that's the one about Abraham's bosom, but I can't remember the surrounding story
I have
about
to go back and look. I can't remember.
Yeah.
But yeah, one of those used to scare me. I remember which one.
Yeah. Stoner, you misunderstand scripture. You know, a false prophet is only someone that actually goes into the church and preaches a different gospel. I don't come to your church. You came to my live. You totally don't understand scripture. You totally don't understand what a false prophet is. They pretend to be lovers of Christ, but are ravenous wolves. I'm not pretending to be a lover of Christ. I'm not preaching to Christians a different gospel. I'm not even preaching to believers. I'm not nowhere near a church. So if I was in a church and I was preaching you something different than what your pastors told you, then you can call me a false prophet. If I was in there telling them something. So you can go to start your own live and preach your own little fear-mongering gospel about something you know absolutely nothing about. But you're not, take that message somewhere else. No one cares. I'm not in fear of your God. Nobody cares about Christianity. No one cares about you. It's just so interesting that Christians really think because they're in fear of what God would do to them, they think everybody else should be in fear of it. No, if I don't believe in your God, I'm not scared of it. I know y'all believe in these fairy tales of the Bible, and y'all think your God was going around, unaliving people that didn't worship him, but that is a fairy tale in a book. That doesn't really happen in real life. God isn't unaliving people. People are unaliving people. Y'all really want to be acting like God was doing these things? No, people were doing these things. They were claiming it was God telling them to do it, but it was actually people doing it. Except when you supposedly have these angels going around, unaliving 2-year-olds. And that happened twice, right? First, God did it to the Egyptians, and did it in the New Testament. Who is it? Is it Pontius Pilate? Who's the
Herod.
one that Herod. Right? First God did it, then Herod did it. Monkey see, monkey do.
Allegedly, yeah.
Monkey see, monkey do. They couldn't even switch up the whole. They couldn't even switch up the story.
That's not even the only time in the Old Testament that happens. I mean, in the Egypt story, in the Exodus story, it's supposed to be specifically like 2-year-olds, but there are multiple times in the Old Testament where God unalives or commands the unaliving of children.
Yeah, I mean that's when it specifically says the age, right?
Yes.
In those examples, it specifically said anyone under 2. Like, damn.
Yep. Yeah, cold-blooded.
And they tried to act like Herod was doing something that God hadn't already done. Like, oh, he's so wicked. Yo, God did the same damn thing. In the Old Testament. Like, why y'all acting all shock and awe? Like, I'm telling you, the double standard. If my God does it, it's just. If you do it, it's ungodly. Different strokes for different folks, right?
Yeah, apparently God doesn't care about his own standard.
No, he's do what I say, but not as I do. Very authoritarian.
Yeah, really hard to follow that example there.
And then they're like, he's a great example. He's a loving God. Says who?
Question mark.
That is gaslighting 101. I mean, when you start thinking about it, you'd be like, damn, all of the stuff we have, all these problems we have, it's been covered up in religion, right? The Ponzi schemes, pyramid schemes, the gaslighting, the narcissism. All of this stuff started with this God.
Oh, yeah. Big time.
All the problems of humanity started with these gods.
Gods in general. Not
Yes.
Just this guy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. These gods. Yeah. These gods.
The story some of these guys have in other religions is actually crazy. Like
they all crazy. They all helter skelter.
The Christian God is better. No. Some of these Christian God is exactly like these other gods. Definitely not better.
It's all the same mindset. It's like, I don't like you, I get to take you out. That's basically the basis of these gods. They are so filled with jealousy and rage and, being uncontrollable with their emotions. Their emotions just all over the place. They see red. No type of self-control. And then telling you what the fruit of the Spirit is. Really? What fruit are you bearing? And try to tell me that God is love. Well, love is not an attribute of God. God just is love. He should have actions that display love. He doesn't. His actions display everything in opposition to love. This is why a lot of people don't know what love is, because they're looking to these gods as examples of love, and it's not there. And so people think love hurts. Love is sacrificial. Love is competitive. Love is compromising. Love is manipulative. No, Jesus Christ is not a display of love. I was just talking to my husband, right? And I forgot which TikTok video I was watching. I think I was watching some of those clips of the 1 versus the 20 Christians. And the people in the comments was like, Jesus Christ is the greatest PR for God. And because they said he kind of puts God in a new light, right? Because you got Jesus come, he healing people, he's forgiving sins, he's not condemning anyone, right? He's just this whole bunch. And I said, you know how Christians would say God doesn't see our sin, he sees Jesus Christ, right? When God looks at us, he's really looking at the work of Jesus.
Yeah.
So that's the mirror he's looking through. That's the same mirror we're looking through with God. We look at God through Jesus. Because if you move Jesus out the way, you'll be like, what the heck? What kind of
Yeah,
but if you put
so
Jesus
true.
there, when you look at God through Jesus, he softens. It make you supposed to have like this amnesia of this Old Testament God now. Now you're supposed to forget who God is now. All of the ish he did in the Old Testament, because you're only now supposed to see God through the Son, right? There's the only way to the Father is through who?
The Son.
We're only supposed to be seeing God through Jesus now. So, you know, they wrapped God up in a nice little pretty bow, put in some nice little sheen on them, waxed them up real good, made them look all pristine. I say it's a two-way mirror. God is looking at us through Jesus. We're looking at Jesus, looking at God through Jesus. Everybody looking through each other through just Jesus.
And Jesus wasn't perfect either. Jesus has,
I mean, he's a lot better than the Old Testament God, though. Like, Lord,
100%.
like he is so way better. It's like God went to counseling or something, and said, and he went through one of them alcoholic anonymous type, God anonymous type things. Like, look, we need to clean up your image because your image is rough and tough. So he went through, a rehabilitation. And then we get Jesus, after they cleaned up God's image and said, okay, we can present these to the masses now. Right? But they want us to forget. And that's true. And when you're a Christian, you really are not really thinking about Old Testament God.
No, definitely don't. Well, you try to say, well, the Old Testament is no longer valid.
Yeah.
The new covenant is.
Yeah. We looking at God through Jesus. We like, look what he did. He died for us. He forgiven our sin. He not judging sin no more, right? He like, you without sin, cast the first stone. When God sent up, he gave us 613 laws. Old Testament God, he got 613 laws that you got to keep. New God, New Testament God, I only got 2 commandments for you. Love one another as I have loved you. Love your God with all your. That's the only 2 commandments. That's it. That's the law. You only got to worry about 2. Old Testament 613.
Wow.
Jesus came and do a whole little, cleanup. He did a cleanup.
Oh yeah, big time.
He cleaned up God's reputation.
That's how you know they're not the same God. Because God's supposed to never change.
He still didn't judge her. Telling her not to sin anymore is not a judgment, Carolina. Come on now. He still didn't. Just telling her not to sin anymore is not a judgment. Like, what are we doing? That's not a judgment. You going to steal out of a bank, and then the judge talking about who here has never who here has never stolen before, and those who's never stolen before, cast the first stone. And then the judge said, well, nobody's here to judge you. I'm going to release you. Just go and don't steal no more. Don't go steal no more out of no more banks. So basically what Jesus did, he made it okay to sin. Because he going to forgive them every time. Jesus made it okay to sin. Because all you got to do is repent. All you got to tell God is, I won't do it again. And you just got to keep telling God, I won't do it again. And then you just got to keep telling God, I won't do it again. And then you just got to keep telling God that I won't do it again. You get to repent 50 zillion thousand times. Thank you, Michelle. That part. Thank you, Mr. Paul. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, but don't Christians teach ask for forgiveness every single day? Sins of commission and sins of omission, the ones you don't realize you're doing as well as the one you do. How often do Christians ask for the God's forgiveness? Every single day. Just in case I did something I'm not even aware of. Y'all so afraid of sin, y'all pray for sins y'all didn't even know y'all did. Yeah, but a lot of those Christians keep committing the same sins. And they know they got the get out of jail free card, the get out of hell free card. Just keep asking for forgiveness until they get it right. Who knows how long it's going to take them to stop doing that thing that they do? Who knows? Nobody knows the trouble I've seen. Nobody knows my sorrow. Stop. Well, y'all Christians argue about how it go. I don't care. I'm not a Christian. I don't ask for forgiveness from nobody. No apologies over here. I don't apologize. When I say sorry, it means excuse me, not I'm apologizing for something. If you ever hear me say sorry on my lives, it doesn't mean to apologize. It means to excuse. I'm not asking for permission for you to forgive me for interrupting you or to telling you to go ahead. I'm done. It's a way of saying excuse. Like if you're on my way and I say, oh, excuse me, I'm not saying, I'm not apologizing for me wanting to get around you. I'm asking you to step to the side, to move around. There is no God. Y'all need to worry about that. I don't really care about what Christians do with their God. Y'all do y'all thing. I know the hypocrisy of Christians, though, because I used to be one. But what y'all did, the relationship y'all have with you and because y'all so on this relationship, how one-sided it is, but y'all love to talk about being in a relationship with Jesus, but the relationship is very one-sided. It's his way or the highway. That's how your relationship with Jesus goes. Your relationship is Jesus. Is he do what you says, you obey, and that's as far as it goes. That's as far as that relationship goes. Obedience is the relationship. They try to act like they got to say so in the relationship. They try to act like no, their whole relationship is begging God, pleading to God, crying to God, praying to God, being obedient to God, asking for forgiveness from God. That's their whole relationship. No, thank you. That's a relationship. And all I'm doing is crying, begging, pleading, and asking for forgiveness. No, thank you. And being tested and tried. Don't forget the tests and trials and tribulations. Don't forget the struggle bus you got to also be on. Let's not forget about that. That's the relationship. Not a great relationship. That relationship, that's a one-sided. That's a one-way relationship. Who cares about an XXXY chromosome? Who's who cares about this? So they're asking something about, have you heard this? The toxic. I have no idea what this woman is talking about. I gotta find the question. Something about, because I don't believe in Jesus. What'd she say? So if you don't believe in the concept of the Bible or the concept of Christianity, do you believe this new ideology that XX chromosomes can turn into XY chromosomes and vice versa?
I mean, we know that XX chromosomes turn into XY chromosomes. That's how babies are turned from female to male in the womb.
So there you go. That's scientific. Why are you saying it's a new ideology? Why are you saying it's a new ideology? All you got to do is do some research. Go read a medical journal if you're so concerned about it. Why are you asking me?
Yeah, I haven't seen it turn the other way around, but I mean, there's evidence if you want to look it up. Look it up.
You know that some babies are born with both.
Yeah,
genitalia. Exactly. Did you know that? Did you know that some people are born with both genitalia?
Well, yeah,
that's the thing. What are y'all doing?
There's people who have two penises. It's all kinds of crazy stuff going on in the world.
And y'all want to say God don't make mistakes?
Like, what are we saying?
Nature definitely does come and bring some things out into this world that ain't perfect.
It absolutely does.
It does. Like, this God of perfection can definitely produce imperfection. That's why y'all needed a savior, because y'all believe God produces imperfect humans. That's the whole crux of Christianity, that God has allowed his creation to be imperfected.
Yeah.
Gave them ability, gave them the choice to fall from grace. I'm going to put this tree of knowledge of good and evil, and you better not touch it. Touch it, touch it, touch it. Dare you. I dare you. You remember that? Dare you. Do it here. There's a girl who was like, I dare you, dare you. Dare.
So funny.
Touch it here. I dare you. And Eve was like, I'll take that bet. All she needed was permission from the serpent. Girl, you know God didn't really say you was gonna die. She's like, well, you know, it do look good. She was like, I must admit, it is pleasing to the eye. Is he watching? Okay, let me take a bite. Here, Adam, don't it taste good? Oh, let me stop.
That's so funny.
It was good. Say bit on the lips, but sweet on the tummy. They was like, oh. How did God make something so bad feel so good? Why you do that? How you gonna make it? You made something be so bad feel so good. Look so good. You made something that was supposed to be so bad look so good. Because Eve was like, damn, I cannot resist it. You are right, Satan. Did he really say that? Now I think about it. Did he really say that? Because all she doing is being mesmerized by this, the beauty of this. She like, wait a minute. I'm blinded. Wait a minute. Did God say that? Because it looks so tempting. It looks so good. How can I resist it? All right. Nope, he never said that. Let's see if we really gonna die. I don't know. I don't really believe him. He don't really know it all. He really don't know. He ain't even around. He claimed to be around. He wouldn't even know where to be found. He left me in the garden with this serpent. What'd you say?
She said finally somebody was gonna tell me the truth.
I know, right? Like my husband was like, now when they ate off the tree, right? And they get expunged from, right, excommunicated out of the garden. And they put the cherubim there. How come the cherubim wasn't enough to keep the serpent out?
Exactly.
The devil just had too many rights to have been a rebellious angel. He can be all up in the garden that was supposedly just for the two humans that God created, all perfect and wonderful. he had access to the heavens when he talking to him about Job. I'm like, he got way too much freedom.
Oh yeah.
To be such this arch nemesis and someone that's so evil and someone God just despises. He so got a lot of access to ish he shouldn't have access to.
Right. Like, I mean, if they said God was walking about in the garden, the serpent Satan must have been walking around in that garden too.
That's what I'm saying. The serpent, he chilling in the garden. How he in the garden? He is a rebellious being, cast down from heaven, but he get to be in the garden with Eve and Adam. What did Robin used to say to Batman? He said a little crazy thing. When something doesn't seem right, when something didn't add up. I haven't watched it.
It's been a while.
He used to have them crazy sayings like, I can't even think of one, but it would be appropriate in this time.
Yeah, the chronologic, the time frame is totally off. Because the serpent's in the garden, then there's a whole thing about Lucifer in later books, and like the timeline is just off. So when did Satan actually? I guess Satan got cursed with losing his legs. I guess so. It's like, well, when did this whole Lucifer situation happen? You have to know that those are two different stories.
Right. Michelle Hitchcock said, again, gender and gender identity are two different things.
What are y'all talking about gender for? Please explain.
I don't know, because these Christians just got to talk about something. They got to have something to argue about.
Like what is that?
Right. I guess they're talking about it maybe because of the transgender. I'm sure that is a no-no in a Christian.
So what are they saying? Like who's arguing for that? Like what is?
I know, like she's like, well, since you don't believe in God, do you believe in this ideology? I don't care what people do with their bodies. I don't care. They're talking about, was someone born with both genitalia? That's a birth defect. You can call it what you want it. We call it all kinds of things. Like what?
What do you mean? And
that means the X and Y had to be both present. That mean they had to be both present.
Yeah,
in that person's a body in order for them to produce both things. Like, what are we doing? Like, that mean an XX and an XY both had to be there. There wasn't a choice made when a choice should have been made.
Yeah.
You calling it a birth defect? Okay.
I mean, when the way that we get identical twins is that the zygote does not fully split, right? It stays. I'm sorry. It does split, but it splits evenly, half and half.
Oh, but Carolina, you're on the wrong side of YouTube if you're looking to argue about what somebody do with their body. I don't care. Mm-hmm. You're on the wrong page. I'm not about to have that I'm not about to have that conversation with you. I don't care what people do with the avatar, with the body that's going to return to the dust anyway. They can do whatever the heck. They can put penises on their nose if they want to. I don't care. They can put titties on their booty. I don't care. I don't care. They can put titties on their back if they want to. It's none of my business.
That's funny.
That don't have nothing to do with me.
At the end of the day, mind the business that pays you.
Mind your business.
Mind the business that pays you.
Only Carolina, only you believe in Satan and demons and devils. Oh my. That's an Abrahamic faith type mentality. Mm-hmm. You can't scare non-believers with the Satan talk. It doesn't move. It doesn't move the meter. No one cares. The meter is not going to be moved because now you invoke Satan's name. It doesn't exist. He's not real. He only exists for Abrahamic faiths. And then spiritual people that still believe in evil spirits for whatever reason. I don't understand. I don't know how you left Christianity and then you still believe in evil spirits. It doesn't make sense to me. You walked away from Christianity, but then you still held on to Christianity because you still believe in demons and devils and Satan's on mine. I'll never understand that, but okay. You didn't really leave Christianity then. You should just kept Jesus because you kept his demons. How you gonna give up Jesus but keep the devils? Don't they go together? Aren't there a package deal? If you got Jesus, you got devils. But you're going to give back Jesus, but keep the devils. You might have just kept Jesus if you're going to keep his devils. But whatever. Do you. Y'all always want to be fighting for a cause. Gotta fight for your right to party. Gonna fight for the right to party.
Period.
They always want to fight.
People need a villain. That's
Yeah. Carolina got some stuff she want to get off her chest.
Oh, okay.
She's really upset about the transgender community.
It's not even that. I bet she don't even know any trans people in real life.
Girl, you just need to mind the business that pay you. Let God settle it. Let God do his job. Let God prick their heart. Let God touch them if you think your God is that powerful. I don't know why you so much in those people's business. I don't know why that has anything to do with you. What, you have a family member or something that's wanting to be transgender?
Yeah, like what's
why you so butthurt? Do you know someone personally that you trying to keep them from doing it? They came to you secretly and you just don't know what to say, so you came to the internet to talk about it?
Like, what are we doing?
Like you came to the internet to try to get some support. Is that what's going on?
Like, I don't personally care for the rhetoric, but I also don't give a fuck for real. Like, at the end of the day, it doesn't actually affect most people. 9 times out of 10. It just doesn't.
And Michelle said, Carolina, the trans community is less than 1% of American population. You're crazy.
It's not less than 1%. It's less than 0.01%. It is a minuscule number of people. We have literally 350 million people in the United States. And what is that number? Like, maybe like 30,000, maybe 35,000. I don't know the fucking number, but it's
for Carolina, it's too much for her. One is too many for Carolina. She like, if one person thinks this way, that's too many of them thinking that way.
Who cares?
She's trying to eradicate and get rid of it.
They're not new. They've been around.
They have. It was just camouflage. They was just on the down low, right? They was in the closet.
Come on,
y'all kept all these people in the closet.
Romans were dealing with trans boys. They were messing with boys, so that's not exactly the same thing. But they were dealing with androgynous, non-gender type people 2,000 years ago. So please miss me with the bullshit. Don't make me fucking agree with these people. Don't make me fucking have to defend them, because it's really fucking stupid. It's really, really, really stupid.
Yeah, here she go, her Satan her Satan antics again. Carolina, I don't know how many times I have to tell you, I don't believe in Satan. So using Satan as a part of your argument does nothing.
Yeah,
it does not move the needle.
Definitely not real.
Satan is not a real being. Neither is Jesus Christ, for that matter.
I mean, if they can believe that Zeus and Hercules and Hera and all these other gods are not real, we can believe that Jesus and all these other mythology are not real. They're not real. It is fake. They're superhero stories. This one just happens to have a lot of bloodshed in it. Like, this one just happens to have a lot of suffering.
I think Christians would have a much better life if they stop minding other people's business, right? They get their panties all in a bunch, they boxes all up their butt, because they so concerned how somebody else is living their life. If God is the only judge, why are you judging others?
Right.
Can God do his job without you interfering? Like, y'all so judgmental.
Trust God to know what the hell he's doing.
It's not time to judge the earth yet. You will get your time in heaven to judge the earth. Settle down. It's not the end of the world yet. You are not sitting on the throne on the thrones. You have not made it up there yet. Settle down. You will get your time in heaven to judge the world. It's not that time yet, okay?
The time is never coming. But yeah, I totally agree. Good luck with that.
Just wait. Don't hold your breath, but just
spend your life and time on. How about that? And try to get back to a cause. You know, develop some compassion for somebody. You know, fill your life and your day with something that's actually useful and meaningful. Start a hobby. Build an app. Learn an instrument. Read a book. You know, get off fucking social media. Get off social media. This shit's making you crazy, and that's obvious. Learn something. You know? Enjoy your life. Figure out what kind of coffee you like. Learn to cook Mexican food. Figure some shit out. Find a hobby. Do something with your life and your time. In this, we have very short time here on this earth. Do something with your life.
Then worried about a man calling himself a woman.
Come on.
Like, why do you who cares? Like, or a woman calling herself a man, or someone deciding that they are something else other than what they were born.
If you're not sleeping with them, it shouldn't fucking matter to you. Like, what are we talking about? If you're not married to them or sleeping with them, it really don't matter.
It doesn't.
Find something to do. There's a million other things to do. Read a book. There's a whole series of Agatha Christie books you can read about murder mysteries. Get into what you really like, you know? Get into fashion. Get into art. You know, like, learn some history. Do something.
Now she afraid of what might happen. Girl,
what?
Girl, she worried about who may come into the woman's bathroom. How would you know, Caroline?
Girl,
Caroline. I ain't Carolina.
Caroline. You only spend what? How long of time are you spending in a public bathroom?
That's what I'm saying. I am not going to the public bathroom checking toilets trying to see how somebody peeing. Y'all are such fake internet warriors.
Very fake.
This is a fake internet warrior. Because baby, I know you not going into no public bathroom checking to see how people, if they setting up or sitting down.
Now. Very fake, very phony. Again, you shouldn't be spending that much time in a damn public bathroom to begin with.
Right, because if there have been transgender men or women around me, I wouldn't know. I've seen some. I haven't seen some in person. You know, I've been to, but that's not the same thing. Like, I've been to drag shows, but that's not the same thing, right? So that was about as close as I got to it. A man dressing up looking like a woman.
And as long as a person who does not have any indication or desire to be another gender is not going to be swayed by anybody's argument to become one. Either you feel like you want to be that way or you don't. Either you're open to it or you're not. So if someone is not concerned about switching genders, then I don't understand how it's even the fucking top of the conversation.
Right. Carolina is looking for her tribe and she stopped by mine. I don't know why she trying to recruit us to her side. Girl, you can't find no Christian. Are you on TikTok? Because I'm sure you can go over to TikTok or you can start your own TikTok community. Because believe me, you will find yourself a nice tribe of people who think just like you. It will not be hard. I don't know why you're on my live though.
Like, it's never
like you don't have no Christian friends that you could call and talk to about this.
Like, don't y'all
like?
I just
you don't got no. Where your Republican friends at? Where your Christian right Republicans at? Where's the Christian right at?
You not have a Bible study?
Like,
what's going on here?
Why are you on my live talking about it? You don't got no Christian friends you can talk about this with? Where your friends at?
Drag race, you know. Learn how to ride a bike.
I just can't believe she don't have friends to talk about this with.
She does. But you know what it is? It's a red herring. It's one of those things where it's like it affects so few people. It's like the whole I watched the WNBA.
Okay.
And I'm deep into it. And there's, you know, unfortunately my team has created controversy around this whole subject, which again is a non-factor. And I, as someone who played sports, of course, I do not want men in women's sports. So, but it also never happens. Like, no, yeah, sure, okay, you have a point. Yeah, I don't want men in women's sports. But when does that actually happen? It never happened to me in all my time playing sports. I don't know anyone who it's happened to. So I'm not saying that it isn't a thing, but it also is not a thing. Like, I'm not saying like I agree with it, but I am saying it is such a non-factor. It never happens. So what are we talking about?
Yeah, Carolina just wants some friends. I don't know, Carolina. Where are your Christian friends? Tell them now you understand how bad is becoming my business. I don't understand how you're. Do you know any? You know some transgender women? You know some personally? Like what?
What is going on? You know what? People are just so distracted. The news.
I'm saying, but yeah, have you come face to face with a transgender woman? Is why you're so upset? So you had to find someone on YouTube to talk about it? Like, did you have an encounter or something? Is this a trauma response? Like, help us understand. Like, why are you so?
What is going on?
And it's like I don't want to have to call them that, and that's not what they are. Okay. Have you met one or something? Like, I don't understand. Have you come across one physically? Have you seen, like, what do you work with one? Did they want to come into your place of business? Like, what's going on?
Like,
I don't even, this person may be a bot for all I know. You know, because I'm gonna block her. I'm gonna go ahead and block her. Because all I know, that person may be a block. Michelle, we done. I'm thinking this is a bot.
Okay. Well, hopefully just that then, because that sounds crazy.
I hit them from the channel because I'm just like, this is not making no sense. Like, Michelle, I think that was a bot because this just ain't making no sense. I'm like, why are you on this live? Like, this doesn't make sense. Like,
I'm glad to hear it wasn't a real person.
I don't know if it was a real person or not. It just wasn't, it sounds like this is a conversation you would definitely be having with your Christian on a Christian live, right? Not just coming to some random live,
I was about to say, because I could go on a rant all day. You know how much time I wish I had? Oh my God. To do all the hobbies and shit that I want to do? Oh my God. There's so much more to life.
I'm like, yeah, I get the fake outrage, and I get it. People be fake, and they be like, I get, because they're like, I'm behind a screen. Nobody really knows me, so I can say whatever I want to say, right? People just go on the internet because they're so frustrated. They're like, well, I can go let it loose, vomit all over somebody else's page, or like, no, you ain't finna, you're not finna make me mad. I don't care.
No.
I'm not finna be upset. You're not about to get me upset.
I'm like, you're really worried about this shit for real? I mean, I talk about it from an intellectual point of view, but my set of issues my set of issues would be that is based in patriarchy. Some of their perspective is based in patriarchy and misogyny, because just because you change the outer doesn't mean you changed the mind, right? Like your mind and how you view the world from being a man, then saying, well, actually, I want to express myself as a woman, but you still have that misogynistic point of view when it comes to a lot of your decisions and how you're showing up in the world, because you're still trying to tell other women how they should see themselves. And I'm just like, what? Well, who the fuck told you that? Well, that's I 100% agree with you. And my whole thing is like, a lot of trans women just they reduce womanhood down to being feminine. And I'm like, you do realize?
Yeah. They're like, it has nothing to do with you have a utero. No. Your utero has nothing to do with it. The fact that you can, have a cycle, that has nothing to do with it. The fact that you can bring life into the world, that has nothing to do with it. And the things that make us women have nothing to do with what makes us women.
Like, come on now. These people. That's
Like,
what
you think being a woman is long hair and makeup and lashes and some
exactly.
boobs?
That's how you know.
That's what you think womanhood is about
That's how you
how pretty
know.
you can glam yourself up and put on some boobs. Like
That's the patriarchy. And the whole thing, the whole conversation has been, oh well, we don't agree with the gender binary, so therefore we're going to become this other thing. And that morphed in, so then that morphed into, well, actually we're better women than you are. So again, you're reinforcing the gender binary. So that means that you're not actually deconstructing patriarchy at all, which is your choice, but don't come over here. You know what I mean? I'm respectful to who's respectful to me. That one-way ally shit is over for me. So as long as people are respectful, I'm here for it. Do you live your best life? But the moment you start telling me how you are better than woman than me, or you know how to be a better woman than me, then I have a problem. But again, you can't convince people of what they don't want to be convinced of.
Yeah.
Like Kevin Owens says. So
yeah.
Yeah.
But
I've never,
And like you said, there being such a small community, it's just like
it's nothing.
They giving more airplay than they should be getting, cause
you're exactly right.
They getting way. If you're saying they're 0.010, like they getting way more spotlight than they should be. Cause what? Y'all such a small segment of the society, and then y'all want to try to come and rule how women should see themselves. Like, what are we doing?
Yeah, well, that's what it is. It's like it is in some kind of weird envy. It's a weird.
To me, it's just misogyny and patriarchy.
Yeah,
wearing a skirt. That's it.
Yeah,
like
using male privilege, to tell us women that we are not good enough women. Like, oh, okay.
Like the bisexual men, right? Telling heterosexual women they should, if they don't like bisexual men, that automatically makes them phobic.
Like, what are we saying? And what it comes down to me is like, because I have dated queer men, and I'll continue to date queer. It doesn't bother me.
Yeah.
But the issue I have is like, at the end of the day, you're putting all this anger over on us as women. I've heard, oh well, the reason why bi men are not coming out is because women aren't accepting. I'm like, no, the reason why bi men won't come out is because you niggas gonna get beat up by the men. Like, those men are gonna beat your ass. Like that's why you won't come out. Women saying or accepting you has nothing to do with it. It has nothing to do with it. Y'all, the trans women are afraid of getting their ass beat by men, and so are bi men. Y'all don't want to be pointing the finger in that direction because you want those men's approval.
Yeah.
You want those men. That's why trans women sometimes become trans, because they believe that they can be with the straight men that they would not otherwise be able to be with, because straight men do not want to date trans women or queer men.
Yeah. Yeah.
But like I said, it's such a small group of people that it's really not that serious. Intellectually, it's just interesting to me. But I mean, in reality, day-to-day life, like, my life is unaffected. Honestly.
Right.
Like, they're really mad at men, and because they want men to, you know how much, this is going to get a little R-rated, but you know how much corn is out there that is about DL men? And whether they're actually DL, I don't know. But the whole propaganda of, they enjoy and want to be, they find something good about them that these DL men want to be with them. Like, they feel like they're getting one up on women because, well, they know who that man really is and she doesn't. And I have something he wants that she doesn't have. I'm like, well, shit, that might be true, but I mean, those men are still not straight. Like, none of those men are straight. So what are we talking about? Like,
now it's a competition. Now it's like,
there is so much. That's why T.S. Madison and E.J. Johnson are both talking about how they date straight men, but you cannot. The men who are dealing with you are not straight.
No. That's what I said. That's what I said. I'm like,
straight man.
I'm like, how?
Because it's all about the straight man and what that man wants. So they will become as feminized as they can in order to appeal to what they think straight men want. Which, of course, is not a man, but what they think a straight presenting man wants.
Right. They like the straight presenting men, but these men
Yes.
actually like transgender women.
Yes, which means they are queer by definition.
Yeah. And that's okay. Stop trying to convince people that heterosexual aren't heterosexual.
That's what I've been trying to tell
Like,
people.
what? Why are you trying to convince people that heterosexuals are not heterosexual?
There are real straight people out there. I posted it on my story. Like there, sometimes queer people we forget that there are actual straight people in this world. Like
some people actually only want to date the opposite sex.
That only want to date the opposite sex and nothing more than that. And there are people. That's the majority of people. They don't think that. Like they think that
not everybody, because a few handful of people they mess with. You know how many billions of people it is in this world, and you mess with 30 or 40, and you think you ain't even the 10th of a 10th of the 10th of a 10th of the iceberg. Like, what are you talking about?
We forget that.
And we be so much in our own little worlds, in our own little head, and we forget how vast this world is and how much vastly populated it is, to think that the few people you're encountering is a great representative. The part is representative of the whole, and it never is.
No, it's a very small point of view. You know, and just because, you know, a straight man or a man who hasn't come out yet is sleeping with you does not mean that he's straight.
The simple fact that he's sleeping with you is a telltale sign. Like, what are we doing?
He's not straight. Like, what are we talking about? He may be in the closet.
He don't want to go front door.
Like,
if he do like to go front door, he also like to go back door.
Come on.
He wants front entry and back entry. Like, and that's okay. That's okay.
So that's my frustration. I'm like, I guess I'm a TERF now. People can call me a TERF. I've been called hateful and rude because I said, well, trans women are first socialized as men. And whenever they do transition, most of them do not unpack their misogyny. And that I have a problem with. I have no problem with trans women as a whole in general. Mm-hmm. But once we start talking about, oh, they have a better view of womanhood. Oh, because they don't have to deal with blood. Because they don't have to deal with the harshness of womanhood, of real womanhood. They don't have to deal with that. So that makes them enjoy their woman. Yeah, of course they're enjoying it. They don't got to deal with the fucking... They don't got to deal with what women have been having to deal with for
the lies they tell themselves. Because you know, when they go out into this world, especially those celebrity, okay, they can be like in this closed silo, right? Of I'm only going to be around people who are really receptive of me, right? Mm-hmm. But in the grand scheme of things, a lot of people are still not really accepting of this, right? And you trying to convince us that you're owning your womanhood. The lies you tell. That's why y'all trying to tell women how they should be, because you ain't comfortable in yours yet. Yeah. Because if you're really comfortable with who you are, you're not trying to convince other people how they should be or worrying about the other people. But because you are not secure, you are projecting insecurity onto us. Oh, you're not real women. You don't understand what a woman is. A woman is this. A woman is that. A woman
they'll say, well, your man actually wants this. Your man actually wants... Girl, if he can have you, if you can take it from me, bitch, you can have him. Okay, like.
But again, they're making it a game and a competition, and it's like, baby, I never entered the race.
That's the thing. It's like you can emulate, but if you're not it, you're not it. And a little respect goes a fucking long way. So as long as you can respect, again, as long as people are respectful.
It's just projection, right? It's projection. They're they're still a little uncomfortable trying to navigate this new. Because it is still relatively new for society to be so open with that, right? Mm-hmm. That's still something that society is wrapping their mind around, seeing someone who used to be, I know Kris Jenner came out, right? Mm-hmm. Bruce Jenner went into the woman of the year, but this man had already lived his life as a man.
Mm-hmm. And his whole life, okay? Until he was like, what, 50, 45, maybe? He was
much older. He was much older. Yeah. And they wanted him to be like, they try to tell women this is what womanhood is, right? Because by him winning Woman of the Year, they were basically saying this defines women.
Yeah.
This is representative of women.
they're trying to
And
say
it's
that
like,
womanhood is femininity, as if there aren't masculine women out there, as if there aren't tomboys out there, as if there aren't all kinds of women out there who are dealing with the
right, because I
actual
don't know
gospel
what
of a
he
woman.
how do you get the award of Woman of the Year? I don't know what he did that earned him that award. I don't know what their criteria is, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
I'm
I
sure.
have no idea what that meant. Absolutely no idea what it meant.
Yeah.
Him getting that award for being a transgender woman for a year.
I'm sure it was just some type of like publicity thing, ultimately.
Right, because damn, can he be these dude for 10 years? Can he be wearing, can he 5 years? Like, can he
Commit to the bit at least. Commit to the bit.
like,
I had to be in this body and experience what I experienced. But they want to get straight to the good shit, bitch. All right, you got it. Live your best life. Live your best life. Enjoy.
Oh. So who we got? We got Jackie B. Welcome. It's funny. It's just interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. As much as again, no problem, supporting, but I don't do one-way allyship. I'm gonna say that, and that goes across the fucking border. I don't do one-way allyship. So, Dia, JKB, Dia, you're on the panel. Feel free to unmute.
No, they talking about the different gods. I was just trying to see what the conversation was on YouTube about the different gods. If you reference the Bible, it's all the same God. Talking about, they like to get in this conversation about Yahweh, Lord, God. It's all the same ish. Y'all want to try to differentiate and, the YT man gave us this. Oh, they stole this. Oh, we don't believe in none of these guys. I don't care who took what, who stole what, who retold what, who remixed what. No one cares. The only God I know is me. That's the only God. I only know my God is the mind and the quantum field that responds to my mind. The world responds to me. Actually, the world is just reflecting me. I'm projecting onto the world. And then the world is just revealing back to me what I projected outward. So y'all can argue over gods. Y'all get to keep them. Nobody wants none of these gods. I don't care about none of these gods in the Bible, in the Quran, in none of them. They don't exist. They're made up. They're there to fill in the gap for things humans don't know. No one knows who the first two people were. No one. But the Bible, well, yes, we do. It was Adam and Eve, and they were supposed to populate the earth. Really? So why did Cain need a doggone mark on his head? Where these other people come from?
And mind you, Judaism, that book was written like 5,000 years after like Hinduism, Buddhist teachings. It's not the first book or record of religion. So it can't be the first creation story by definition.
And I know that makes people so upset to not know who was here first, right? How did life begin, right? We don't really know how life really began here. We know how we continue life. We know how to have the continuation of life, right? Did it start with just two fully grown beings coming together, and then from that they produce, then everything after that, it started off small? What brought about the change? These are things we may never know. And sometimes people just got to be okay with saying, I don't know. It's okay not to know everything.
Yes. Preach.
Because what's really important is about what are you going to do with the present moment that you do know about. you're going to do in this present moment? Start, instead of arguing about the past. This is why the Bible would tell you, you don't even look back. Because it's just, you're going to get into all these theories and ideologies and lineages and, you know, and then we just going to be making up stuff, which is what we doing. We're just making up stuff because nobody, you know. And even if you do say, oh, I dreamed it, the universe gave me the answer. It showed me everything just always was. I got the answer. Well, that's your answer because somebody else is going to come and say they dreamed some other experience. And then somebody else is going to come and say that they dreamed some other experience. And then somebody else is going to come in, you know. Because maybe we're all right. Maybe we're all right. For me, yes, I take on the belief that that it was an evolution happening, right? That the atoms and the electrons and all of those things, and they just kept multiplying, and then it created this organism that was able to produce form and produce our form. But hey, I don't know.
I'm with you there, but yeah, I'm the same way. Like, as we keep progressing, we will keep learning more, and it's a matter of whether you want to accept it or not, or, you know, come up with your own whatever, you know. But it's also, like you said, there's no harm in not knowing. It doesn't fucking matter. Like, it's cool to think about.
But at the end of the day, how does that make your life better?
Exactly. What matters is the here and now.
Right, because we're here to experience not life, not try to find out where it began. It's now. Life is now. Here and now. That's life is now. That's what life is now. Life isn't yesterday. Life isn't next week. Life is now. Like I said, it's it's a great conversation. You know, if you just want to pass some time, like, yeah, what if we really did? What if we, you know, okay, but at the end of the day, but for some people, it does just make their life better just to talk about those type of things.
Yeah.
And then some people, you know, some people like the escapism, right? So that's why we like going into movies and drama and going to sports, right? Because we do like taking our mind off the quote unquote reality of life, especially if some realities are not, you know, pleasurable, right? You can go into, you know, well, let me see what else is, you know, take my mind away, to take my, you know, and sometimes we need to do that, especially when it coming to desires that we're, you know, we're still allowing to come into visibility. Do things to take your mind off of it so, you know, you can be in that joyful, easy, relaxed state, right? You just want to be easy about it. You want to be relaxed about life. You don't want to be in this this place of urgency or trying to worry, right? Worry is a wasted thought. It does not produce anything. It does not change anything. Hey, A-Town.
What up, what up?
What up, what up?
Chilling. Couple conversations I'm not gonna entertain. But that's why I did appreciate with Buddy. He was quote unquote, he was a little receptive to what was being said. You know what I mean? He wasn't oh man, because some of the things that were brought up, you don't know why, you know, there wasn't no inclination to, okay, well, because he referred to the Bible in certain things, but he wasn't able to pinpoint on other, you know, he was like, well, in this context, he was very double backing himself, you know what I'm saying? But when you explained it to him and he saw that he was double backing, you know, he was like a little receptive of it. You know what I'm saying? That's what I do appreciate about the conversation earlier, where, you know, somebody of opposing, you know, ideas, you know, can come in and, you know, reflect and have a sensible conversation. But also one of the songs that I think you had probably sang it before. I call your ass Pandora. The Right Here, Right Now song. What is it? I even forgot, but it's like one of those pop songs, I think. But anyway, what was the other thing I was going to say? I was going to speak on. Dang, what's the other thing?
It's okay.
Yeah. So did Buddy win the Woman of the Year, Joan, right after he got his situation switched up?
Not long after.
So. It wasn't long.
It wasn't long after.
It was crazy. I could appreciate y'all chopping it up, because when you really like blow it all up, it does. It's a little interesting. Where, because some of the stuff y'all saying where it's like they just bypass, and I love the way Toxic some of the stuff she be saying polarizing, like, oh, okay, I'm glad there ain't 1,500 people on this live.
Sure. I hate to say it, but I feel like it needs to be said.
It'd be on some shit right now.
Cancel, huh?
Right. We be able to, yeah.
It's in the name, I guess. That's their warning shot.
Nah, I mean,
Always
seriously.
toxic for no reason.
Right.
Yeah, but there was no judgment there. There was no judgment about their life choice, their decision to present. It's just that they come with a lot of judgment, which is so interesting.
No, they do.
I'm like, why do you come with so much judgment about, it's cool. Let's be cool. Just be cool.
Yeah. Once you bring in the judgment, then I might open the floodgates. You have opened the floodgates to whatever the hell comes out next.
But like you said, there's such a small part. I mean, they're giving just way more light than it needs to be given, because it's like, wow, like, why is this? Man, I don't. Y'all get it? You got it. You got it. Y'all got it. You got it. Nobody's trying to steal your shine. Nobody's trying to take anything from you. Do you, boo? Live your best life.
No, I have one question that may be a little close to home or whatever. What do you feel about them being acceptable into the opposite of the bathrooms, right? Where I was just, because it was brought up one time, I think in another live or something like that, with a particular conversation, and I mean, and they they go in, and it was like, yo, if another dude walked into the bathroom, you know what I'm saying, it would be a problem. You know what I mean? If my niece or daughter was in the bathroom and another dude walked into the bathroom claiming he was, X-Men, what would that be? What would that be? What would that context be? And
but here's the thing: the odds of it happening, like we said, is so slim. Like we're getting upset about something that the possibility of that happen is so minute, because the percentage of their existence is so minute. You're talking about over 300 million folks in the United States, and 30,000 of them all over the United States. Like, really? What's the chance of that happening? And even if it did, a lot of times you wouldn't even know. So stop it.
Right.
You wouldn't know. Because you only know some of them because they're celebrity, right? But a lot of them...
Or you've seen it on TV or something.
Right. You don't know. You wouldn't know. People think I'd be able to spot. No, you wouldn't. Because when you're in line to use the bathroom for the ladies' line, you're not looking to let me see who may be a transgender in this line. No, your ass worried about getting to the toilet.
Right.
Because usually our lines are out the door. The hell? And I think they probably would feel safer coming into, I think they would feel safer coming into our bathroom than them going into a men's bathroom.
Yeah, because they don't want their ass beat.
Look at you. But it's I can see why the choice would be to come into a woman, because I'm not going to say that just because they're a man that makes them some type of molester or something. Like, to me, now that's I think that's where the problem is. You're automatically assuming just because a man decides to be a woman, that makes them a pedo. No, that one doesn't absolutely equal the other. So that's the part that people need to deconstruct from, thinking that just because they desire to a transgender, you have a transgender woman, that means that don't even know they're doing it because they want to be close to little girls. What? Come on now, let's do better. Because a lot of these pedos don't have to have behind that.
Exactly. Now, am I gonna go that far? I mean, I don't think of it that way, right, to begin with. So.
Yeah, but that's how the right wing is doing it, right? Their whole mindset is going to, but it's unsafe for women. It's unsafe for little girls. Why? Because that's where their mindset goes. Their mindset goes to, oh, that's a mental disorder, and we don't know how far this mental disorder. They have deemed these people having mental disorders. They have already categorized them and labeled them as unsafe. And I just think that's unfair. You don't know these people. The ones that y'all do know, y'all ain't doing ish about.
Yeah.
The ones y'all do, y'all got files on them. What y'all doing with them? Y'all trying to create problems for other people that have not shown any of that, you know. And then the one that was, they about to go to jail, right? The one that just came out, Sydney Star.
Oh yeah.
But did that happen in a bathroom, and did that happen to a girl? It didn't happen to a girl. It happened to a young man.
I think it's one of those things, A10, where when you experience it, then you react to it. You know what I mean? Like,
right. Don't be creating problems where there are none. Right. You're right. Don't be creating problems when there are none, because now you're going. You know, words are powerful. You're going to manifest that reality now.
For sure. Yeah. No, it doesn't. My world doesn't even.
Yeah. Like I said, if I have been, I wouldn't. I haven't. Yeah. I didn't notice. I didn't know. Mm-hmm. I'm not gonna say that I, but like I said, if you're not aware of it, then it doesn't exist for you, right? So just like, oh yeah, I was in the airport, there was some people. I wouldn't know. So if I'm unaware, then it does not exist to me, which means it does not affect me. And I'm just not gonna live my life in fear. That's so fear-based. We know we create our own reality with our thoughts and our thinking. You just gotta, As I said, you got to be so careful what you give your time and attention to and what you consume, because people definitely want to tell you how to think, and you are supposed to be telling yourself how to think. You got to give people grace. You got to give people the benefit of the doubt. Yes, are some of the people coming from a hurt place, but a lot of people are hurting, and some people are manifesting in so many various ways, Unfortunately, most of this world don't know how to love themselves, regardless of what avatar or what they do or how they change the outer. You hear many of them come and say, I wish I would have waited. I wish, I regret, altering. Some of them come to that realization because they were doing it out of fear or out of neglect or abandonment or, for whatever reason they came to this realization. But then, is that true of all of them? No. Everyone's going to have their own various. That's why it's an individual thing, and we always try to group people together.
The backlash be like real crazy. You be hearing like the after effects and the side effects, and it'd be just I don't even really have no discrimination. I just kind of not pity, but just feel kind of sorry for it. Just for where their mind is at, that they gotta be at a place to. And blessed that I ain't that, you know what I'm saying? But, just kind of like feeling sorry for, because it's a beautiful thing being a dude, you know what I'm saying? Like, look, I couldn't imagine, of course I can't imagine, but you know what I'm saying? Like that, it's a beautiful thing, you know what I mean? And I could almost say for the attraction of the woman, like it's a beautiful thing being you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Like you wouldn't want to, we're in your, and I ain't even trying to go there, but we're in the hemisphere of your mind is you want to switch that up. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, that's
I don't know. I have no idea, and I don't even want to try to figure it out. I'm like, that's a decision they came to. Hopefully they're happy with their decision. At the end of the day, that's all you can ask for, that they are right with themselves, as you said. If they love it, I like it. I don't really, if you okay with it, who am I to judge? It's not for me to tell you what you should and shouldn't do with your body. It's up to you. I don't know why. I'm glad that you guys are happy with your choice and your God, but you don't need to convince someone that has decided not to be a part of Christianity to try to convince them of your Christianity. No, thank you. Somebody say if you have God, you don't live in fear. You need to tell your other Christian fellow people that.
Yeah, I don't know what all that.
I don't think they got the memo. Because y'all definitely fear God, fear the devil, and y'all fear other people. So I don't know. Y'all fear death. Because everybody want to go be with Jesus, but nobody wants to die. Everybody want to be with Jesus, but nobody wants to die.
Oh yeah, I love when you talk about that. Because that is crazy. Because that kind of really like sparked the thought, like, hold on, why is everybody? Because we cry at weddings. I mean, we cry at funerals. Like, oh Lord, the first thing when somebody about to underline, Jesus, 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 oh my God, you know what I'm saying? But look, you should be on the front lines. You know what I'm saying? You need to be on the front lines with your Jesus serving self. Well, you should be first line, express line, trying to get to wherever you think this world is trying to get to. But no, they chasing cars, money, and everything else. Just
like the rest of us.
Yeah.
Well, Miss Know It All, I'm gonna help you not give your opinion on my live. You are the weakest link. Goodbye. You're like, you're of course you're on talking to the world. Of course we can give our opinion. Not on my live.
I think too, like going back to I think some earlier conversations a while back, like I think that Christianity is ultimately like a death cult, right? Like it's waiting for the by and by because this world sucks and Satan is ruling the world. It's like, okay.
Oh my goodness. Yes. Did you see that video of the one girl? She was like y'all, it sound good till you get, she said, she didn't say Trump, but she was talking about him being in the White House and how he rallying up the good old boys and talking his stuff. And, and y'all like it until that happened, and then they was trying to say, and then it looked like it was like, I don't know if they had some type. It looked like it was some podcast or something. I don't know, but they set up like a news outlet will be set up, right? They they hit the 4 women going across, and one of the ladies like, "Where the Christians at? What the Christians said? Y'all see, he doing whatever he doing, and he's saying all the right scriptures or whatever the round and good." And then of course they were like, "Well, he's not a real Christian." She was like, "Hold up," she's just like, because her thing is that they tell you that you have to pray and wait and struggle and cry, and they're getting their heavens now, but you got to wait till afterlife. You got to wait till later to get your mansion and get your blessings and get your peace, but they getting it now. They live in heaven now. And of course they start talking about that's not a real Christian. That's not a real Christian. And you kill one demon and then another multiplied, and you kill another demon because this world is evil. This world is evil. And I'm just like,
aren't y'all tired yet?
Wait till they say wait till Judgment Day. He's gonna have his something about that. My speaking on that, and it kind of made me upset because it's like, not upset, but I kind of back when I was a Christian, it kind of made me like almost kind of took it kind of personal. Like, okay, y'all gonna that ain't hatred. You got kind of claiming him to hell. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, he's gonna have his day in judgment. Okay, you don't see forgiveness or mercy, or they just gonna go straight because they pissed you off.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And that's they declaration to hell, eternal. You know what I'm saying? Like, y'all tripping.
Yeah, they really think that the rest of the world is supposed to fear hell because they do.
Yeah.
Our God told us that everybody that don't love him is going to hell. Your God lied to you. I don't know what to tell you. Your God lied to you. But did God really tell you that, or did your pastors tell you that? Because a lot of this stuff was added later on to Christianity. It was not originally a part of the Christian doctrine. So, But, hey, again, they get to they want their demons, they get to keep them. They want their struggle, they get to keep it. They want their limitations, they get to keep it. You know, and when I was talking to a couple of Christians about prayer, I was surprised that a lot of them were saying that they don't pray to get God to change anything. They accept whatever takes place. That's what the guy was saying earlier that I was talking. So I was like, wait a minute.
Okay.
God got the power to change it. Well, and because I was like, wouldn't you help your children if they were in a sticky situation? You had the power to, and he was like, yeah. And he was like, yeah, and I was like, so why wouldn't you think God would do it? And he your father? It's not the same. Why? How is it not? So you're a better parent than God is. Because he tried to use the analogy of going to jail because of drugs, and he knew that he did something wrong, so he would be willing to accept the 10-year sentence. Oh, you telling me? I'm sorry, I don't agree with you. If I can get a reduced sentence, or I can get not a sentence, I'm making sure that happens. I'm not accepting whatever the court gonna say, whatever the court gonna do. I said, because that's when I asked him. I was like, are you from America? And that's when he was like, no. And I was like, are you familiar with the American justice system? Do you think it's just?
He got wind of what's going on.
Like, what are we like? If they can get the sentence reduced to, time served or community service, you don't think I'm taking that? Let's stop playing.
Like, it'd be different if he was doing time in Europe. they got gyms and good food, and outside some of them can have pets. That'd be a whole different scenario. You could probably do 10 years there, but this country, in these United States,
I don't care where it is. I just want somebody telling me when I can drink, when I can eat, when I can shit, when I can wash my ass. I don't need nobody telling me that. I want to have the freedom to do that like I got it now.
Look, from somebody who has had restriction on life. Yeah, it is no fun at all.
But the fact that they were like, no, if I pray, I'm praying out of not thinking God is going to do it, but just because I'm just doing it because I'm human. And humans would just want things to be changed, but not really expecting God to change. That's why y'all don't get y'all like. So I'm like, damn, I gotta ask some more Christians. Do y'all pray to get God to change things? Because I know when I was in church, I thought that was the whole point of prayer requests and prayer lines, right? People sick, they're asking for God to reverse the illness, right? Or you got demon possession, you're asking to be loosed from the demonic energy, like. Am I missing something? Huh?
Yeah, but not too much, Toyia. You can't pray for too much. You can't pray for too much now.
Until I know, like it's like they not, but they pray for all. But they pray for all of that. It's like
don't push it.
I was like, wow, okay. I'm like, what's the good of having an all-powerful God if we can't use His power?
All these daggone Bible verses. And you ain't gonna put none of all these little heroes you got going on, and you ain't gonna put nothing to the test.
What's the point of saying ask and it shall be given? What is the point of Jesus even saying that?
I guess they can ask for stuff, but they can't ask for situations to be different. Like if they find themselves in a sticky situation and they caused it, they just have to suffer through it. They can't now go to God and ask Him to change something they decided to do.
Even when it says, and you will do greater works than I?
No, they're saying, like the guy was giving an analogy of the selling the drugs or whatever. God would not be okay with that. Either way. So if you get caught and you end up in jail, that's a you problem, not a God's problem, and you better figure it out. You better suffer through the jail sentence. Don't be coming to God not groveling and asking Him to change anything. I'm like, the hell not. I'm gonna be groveling and I'm sorry. I'm not. I'm not accepting it. I don't care what I did was wrong. I got an all powerful God. He gonna have mercy on me.
Did you hear this Neville? The same Neville lecture I listened to was talking about how this woman's brother got court-martialed and was gonna spend 6 months doing hard labor in the army or the military. Did you hear about that story? Did you hear that one? And
Neville.
Yeah.
And
I had never heard of that one before.
Yeah. And she imagined him coming, and she would run downstairs and hug him.
Yes.
Yep. And then she ran down, and she
a week.
Yep.
It took a week, and that was it.
Yeah.
I mean, court martial is a very, very serious thing. Like you gotta kill somebody to get court martial.
Oh wow.
Very serious. Yeah. So I was shocked by that. But yeah, I was like, no, shoot. If someone listen.
They always trying to pretend to be so righteous. Y'all, who is this God? This God don't do nothing. He let y'all be tempted by devils and Satans and demons on mine. He not gonna reverse a mistake that you made, because you just gotta be the suffering servant, and everything gonna be okay in the afterlife. Like what? He left you down here with a devil that you have to fight tooth and nail to even try to make sure you get to heaven. God give you a mission, devil always trying to stop you from fulfilling it. You know, and they want to present themselves as being so powerful. I'm so powerful. Look at the demons. They're attacking me. They're trying to keep me from from doing God's work. The devil is just all over me. The demons are all just attacking me. They're just keeping me from doing God's will. Bullshit. Bullshit. You're stopping yourself. You're your enemy. Ain't nobody stopping you from doing ish. Don't nobody care like that. Stop it. You just want the appearance of power. You just want to make somebody think that you just this spiritual giant. Y'all can fool them other believers, but we ain't fooled over here. We know you selling wolf tickets.
Hey, John, what is this for?
Huh? What'd you say?
That's because you said a bad word.
Oh, my bad.
What happened?
Yeah. She should have said unalive.
Oh.
That's what I be seeing. I don't know. That's what I be seeing other people do. So don't
do what? What happened? What happened?
They put in because if you say like a
I missed it.
That,
what happened?
If you say there's some raw words on TT. You know what I'm saying, that are kind of like real no go type shit. You know what I'm saying? And so from what I heard was, instead of the CILL word, it's unalive. You know what I'm saying? You gotta
right. But what happened?
I had to put the fruit in the I had to put fruit in the chat.
Oh, that's why you did that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know if it be working. I ain't no TikTok pro. I just be in lives.
No worries. I don't be in live. I'm being certain lives, but they don't do that. So it's not that. My live experience is not very diverse.
Mine is, I be in here. I be out here.
Dibbling and dabbling.
Yeah, My toe is in here. My big toe is in here.
That's funny.
All right. Well, what time is it? It's getting late. It's after 11 o'clock. Oh, y'all up late. Tox is up late.
I've been getting a lot of sleep lately, so I've been able to stay up later. I've been doing the best I can.
I mean, normally we wouldn't even hear from her about an hour ago.
I know. She would have been snoring.
I've been trying to get more sleep in. We'll see how that goes.
All right. Love it. All right. Well, I did my two shifts today. It was good. It was cool. We talked all kinds of.
What's the pleasure of that?
I don't know. I just be like, I ain't really outside. I don't really feel like watching TV or anything. So
just pop up on.
Because the Tox was saying we was getting a lot of rainy weather the last couple of days. So it was coming down. It was coming down. Yep. So we'll see. Tomorrow school starts. My grandson starts school tomorrow. So kids back in school. I know some places they started in August 1st, didn't they? Some kids already been back to school.
Yeah, my homegirl, she's a teacher in Maryland. She already got it popping.
Yeah, okay. Yep. Somebody said, what is manifestation? A way of life. Manifestation, a way of life. That's all. Oh, beautiful one over here on YouTube. Hey, hey, hey. Manifestation is a way of life. That's all I got to say. All right, all right.
Carl's got a question quickly about Abraham Hicks.
What they say?
Do you like Abraham Hicks?
Not anymore. I don't listen to Abraham Hicks anymore. When I first started, about 8 years ago, I listened to her heavy for the first couple of years. I don't listen to her anymore. And I will reference her because I still remember because I was watching her daily. I was watching. I had the books.
What were certain concepts that allowed you to cling on, either leave her or cling on to Neville and Murphy?
Well, to me, they would let me like totally get away from it. Just the universe is giving you something. So it was making it seem like the things was happening external to you. You know. So not to say that she didn't have good. I'm not gonna say I didn't learn anything from it, but I just didn't hold like the whole, it's the universe. And no, it's me. I am the universe. There's nothing external to me, But I will say a lot of her concepts do align with Neville's. They also tried to wanted to make you believe that Jesus was real, so I didn't get down with that, because they would always be like, Jesus, the reason why he was able to heal is because he did not see your sickness, he saw your healing. That's why he was able to heal, and they wouldn't. And I noticed that a lot of these people that want the big number, they want the big followers, they're not going to step on toes and say something that's going to all the way offend those who are still part of religion. So they're going to make sure they hold on to a lot of that belief of, oh yeah, Jesus is still real, Jesus, because they still want that. They want to play both sides of the fence, right? Because why are you telling these people that Jesus is real if you know there is no savior? You're claiming to be infinite intelligence. So to me, you're still trying to convince people there's a savior because you're not saying that we don't need saviors. You're telling people they are pure consciousness. That's what they say. We're pure. You're pure consciousness at your core. You're pure consciousness. You're all there is. You are source. You are source express. And then start talking about how Jesus was like this special kind of being. To me, when you make Jesus this special kind of being, you make it seem like it's something we can never obtain to. We can never attain. When you make Jesus be up here and everybody else is down here, and this unattainable state that none of us can get to.
Right. Unless we are just holier than thou.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's what they have turned Jesus into, right? He's a master. He's we call people masters and gurus, right? You're putting people on a pedestal.
The Messiah, Emmanuel, all that good stuff. You know what I'm saying? Son of the Lamb, all that, reverence. But we need to be able to be in a position to reverence ourselves.
Right. That's what I liked about Neville. He was like, do away with this ascended masters. We're all ascended masters because we're always ascending a certain level, right? You're in this level, you shed this skin, you go to the next level. You shed that skin, right? You're always ascending. You're always climbing Jacob's ladder.
And every state is available now.
Yep. And every state is available now. Yeah, because they would say, or she would say, like, say you're having a bad day or whatever. She would be like, you can't get there from here. She would be like, go to sleep or you wake up till tomorrow. It was always, you had to wait till what you mean? Why I gotta go to sleep? Why I gotta wait? Why can't I just choose to know? Oh, this whole, well, you gotta hold on to a thought for 17 seconds. You gotta hold on for, if you could hold on to it for 69 seconds. I'm just like, I thought time didn't exist. What is all these loops and, right? Like
they didn't people DJ Khaled their own shit, right? All we do is win.
It's just all these rules that we come up with to make manifestation seem like it's this thing that you can't do by yourself. So let me tell you how difficult it is so you can continue to come to me. Now you got to come to my seminar. Now you got to pay $250 to come see me so you can so I can talk to you face to face So I can see if you're lighting up in the audience to see if, because, because she would claim, this is what boggled my mind. So when I was following, of course, other people, it's almost like the Neville thing, right? People are teaching the teachings of the person, right? So you had people teaching the teachings of Abraham. And there was this one guy that I was listening to on YouTube, and he was like, he's been to like 15 of her conferences, and he sat in her seat several times. And you want me to believe she don't recognize you?
Wow.
Oh wow, really?
They're like, we don't see people, we see energy.
Oh wow.
There's no way you would sit in this woman's seat 15 times or 10 times and they don't know who you are in the audience.
And you
Miss me with the bull BS.
Right.
So,
Wait,
and again,
like
it's not that they're not saying some things that's true, right? But when you start, that's why I like Neville, because even I don't worry about his mystic stuff. That ain't got nothing to do with me, right? But he always stayed true to the law.
Right.
He never veered off his teachings of the law. These other folks, they be in and out. They be on the road, off the road, in the road, off the road. I like that he keeps it simple. I like that he keeps it easy. That's what I like about him.
Yeah.
Even sometimes I question Joseph Murphy. I'll be listening, I'll be like, nah, dude, what? Yeah, you're doing a little bit too much. But it's your life, this your stuff. I ain't gonna accept everything you say. And again, I don't accept everything Neville says because I don't rock with his mysticism stuff. No, if I'm gonna remember that you're telling me that I'm gonna have this mystical experience and I'm gonna remember that I'm God, but I'm gonna see David in swaddling clothing and he gonna have blonde hair and blue eyes. Like, damn, if he is, the fuck you talking about, Neville? What? But that's a you experience, not me. So I can throw that away. That ain't got nothing to do with me. That don't have anything to do with me. That was your experience. I'm not gonna apply your experience to me. I'm not gonna say, oh, I can't wait till I'm able to see, humanity as blonde hair, blue eyes. No, if you were really that connected, you will be seeing a black woman.
Right. The fuck.
Period.
Science has already said that's if we talking about who's original on this plane, it was a black woman. Meaning that, of course, we know black didn't exist, a melanated, a copper colored being, right? A darker shade of the brown. That's all. Because I don't get into the race. And, we know race is a construct. The black hasn't always been a thing. That's something they introduced in the 1600s. So.
Yeah. So, wait, Abraham Hicks was pretending, like she was channeling Abraham Hicks? No.
Yeah, Esther Hicks channels Abraham
Hicks.
Hicks.
Pretending not to know who the person was?
Well, the guy was like, because she has said that, yeah, there has been people that has been in my chair before, and you were saying that when she's in her trance, they don't see people, they see light, illumination. And the way they choose people to come up into the chair is that they are looking at people's light. Again, so isn't this that whole thing is like, oh, I gotta make sure I'm lighting up, right? Like you gotta have this mindset of right, because in order to be chosen, in order to be chosen to talk to Abraham, she has to be able to just see your light. So now this is right. So now
they don't come up to. Okay, because I'm thinking of like Bashar when it seems like people just kind of come up.
Right, his is different, right? He has microphones on the side, and whoever wants to come up and talk to him, they can. I like his better, right? Because that's, so now he has his eyes closed most of the time, or as you said, people just, whoever wants to come ask a question, they get to. No, her gimmick is, I have to choose you, and the only way I'm choosing you is you have to be lit up. And so now I realize, this is a money grab. But I ain't mad at it.
Multiple times then?
And this person said he was on his channel, and he was saying, yes, I have been on cruises with them. I've been here, I've been there. I've been to multiple, and I've sat in the seat at least 8 or 9 times. And he was saying that they said that they never recognized him. And I'm like, bullshit.
Wow.
I don't believe that.
Wow. What's the purpose of that? Like what exactly?
Because they want to appear to be unbiased, right?
Okay.
But you're also putting this. It doesn't come off that way, but when I look back, telling people they have to be lit up in order for you to choose them to come up is being respectful of people, right? Not just letting people talk until the time run out. Whoever wants to come up, you are deciding who gets to come up, as opposed to Bashar, whoever is there and wants and has a question, as long as they have time, they can ask the question, right? I get it. You ain't gonna be there for 50 hours, right? You got a certain amount of time set aside. Whoever can get to the microphone, that's who gets to ask the question, right? That seems more, fair, as opposed to you're reading a room. And we went. So I wanted to see, like, let's see. Where is she really choosing from? Center. Because we kind of set off to the side. And all the people that she chose to go up. I wasn't, once you see somebody in person, kind of like,
Yeah.
And I was like, I can say everything you're saying, and I ain't got to be in no trance.
Right.
I don't got to channel nobody to say nothing that Bashar is saying. So the whole channeling thing, again, it's another gimmick. And I thought of Reverend Ike. Reverend Ike was like, because, he all about the money. He was like, if you want to make money, you got to get yourself a gimmick. I was like, oh my goodness, this is what folks are doing.
Said
he said it.
Wow.
And people got their gimmicks. Like, you got to stand out from the crowd, right? You can't be like, you got to somehow stand away from everyone else that is doing it, right? So, right, people had it. They have the different names for their followers. How it is. People. So. Again, no judgment, because that's the name of the game. That's the name of the game.
Right.
Like, this is what my son told me. He told me, Ma, you should, with your lives, put that behind the paywall. Those who watch it at the time of the live, that's free. But if you want to rewatch it, put it behind the membership.
Right.
I was like,
so they get access.
I was like, okay, I'll think about that. We'll see. You know how like a $5 monthly membership, if you want to go back and if you want to rewatch the lives, replays, yeah.
So it just had to be closed data.
Yeah, and then my daughter Maya was like, no, I'm like, oh, here we go. Nobody needs to. I'm like, not that I even asked any of them, but people always want to offer their perspective.
Yeah, you got movement. You know what I'm saying? You got momentum, and you building. This is something. If it's nothing, it's something. You know what I'm saying? And so with people that know, they'll definitely put you on to something, because it's definitely a good thing too. And you can go however which way, and that's essentially what you want. And when I think when it gets to whatever level, you'll be able to make those decisions. But that's
right. And then and Maya I was in agreement with Maya. It was just like, I don't have to force anything. If I feel led to do it, I'll do it. If I don't feel led to do it, I won't do it, because I'm not trying. Like I said, like trying to force how to figure out how to make money is unnecessary. If it's natural to you, then that's what you should do. Right.
Right. No,
you don't have to force anything. So
So you didn't like, and I know you probably gonna go in a minute. So you didn't like Neville's Jones. I'm sorry, you didn't like the mysticism.
Not that I didn't like it. I don't mind people, because people talk about their mystical experiences all the time. It was just I didn't agree with the thing that I'm gonna see a blonde hair blue baby. If I did have that experience, if I'm gonna see a baby, it ain't gonna be blonde hair, blue eye. It's gonna be. I think the baby should look like me, right?
You don't see what you want to see. Neville was a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man. So
No, he wasn't. He was dark-haired.
I thought he had blonde hair.
No. I think some pictures they show him with blonde hair, but most pictures they show him with dark hair. But I don't know.
Okay, the pictures, I think I've only seen black and white pictures.
Okay, you're right.
He had blonde hair.
He might have had blonde hair. You're right. He might have been blonde haired, and that's, you know, yeah. He's from Barbados, though, you know.
Okay.
That's where he's from. He's from Barbados.
Yeah.
LaFace had a question in the chat a while back. I'm sorry, I didn't want to miss her question. It says, "Is it true that whatever you believe is your truth?" She was up here before. I don't know if she dropped down.
Yeah, she dropped down
by accident or what. But yeah. So she had that question. Is it true that whatever you believe is your truth?
Yep, your truth. I am the way, truth, and the life. Doesn't make it true for everybody. Just makes it true for you. But we already know that, right? We all have certain things we believe in, things we accept, right? Some people will swear by this, and other people swear by that, right? Some people believe things without having to experience it. People's experience change the way they believe, right? You know, when they had a personal experience, you know, and it's just like when people, like I say, okay, for me, when I talk about devils and demons and Satans, I'm talking about negative thoughts, right? I'm talking about limiting beliefs. I'm talking about, you know, worry and anxiousness and those type of things being in a part of, you know, your thinking. So when I say that, that's how I see it. But a Christian, when they talk about devils and demons, they're actually talking about an external spirit coming to do ill will to them. That's their truth. And they live their life accordingly, regardless if I agree with it or not. Regardless if I say that is not real. But for them, it's real as hell. They're scared. Some of them have said they have fought them. Some of them had said they were possessed by them. They say demons talk to them. You know, like they have all kind of experiences with these evil. I personally never have. So for me, they're not real. And I don't ever plan on having it because I just know that they're not real. They just not, they don't exist.
Yeah, that's crazy because they ultimately want you to think that. But no, that's real interesting. That's real interesting. But yeah, thanks for sharing those. So I know you gotta go.
Yeah. You're welcome. You was like, what changed? What moved you around?
Yeah. Just curious.
Yeah. Because law of assumption, law of belief just seemed less work, less of this, all of these methods and techniques. To me, just simplified, and I just wanted to keep things simple. You know, like I had bought her book, Asking It Is Given. At the back of it, she had 23 techniques. Like 20.
Okay, I got that book.
Yeah. Techniques? I mean, I tried one and that didn't resonate. I'm like, I got a technique for every situation. Why isn't the technique always the same? Why am I switching up every situation?
Let me chill on God mode. And let me see how this works out. So I kept listening to it, even though I was like, nope, I can throw away the bone and take the meat. Like I said, they had some good things that because before I found Neville, she would also say, you know, run the day back, make the day the way you wanted it to. Before you get up and leave for the day, decide the day, right? Decide how you wanted your day to be. That's not unlike Neville, right? Like that teaching was still, you know. So I learned she had some very good things. But now I haven't listened to her in years. I can't recall everything that she said, but you know, or how, you know. But now that when I discovered Neville, because at the time I wasn't just saying Jesus wasn't real, right? I was just like, I had just decided I just wasn't a part of Christianity. I was like, I kind of was an atheist, but not really. But I hadn't really fully leaned into he never existed until it just made sense when I read Neville. I'm like, yeah, that just makes so much more sense. Now God doesn't seem like this tyrannical monster that
we were told about in the Old Testament. When you understand that, oh, it's just telling you how your mind works when you operate from this state of mind versus how you operate from this state of mind.
Yeah, a lot of religious hierarchy type.
Yeah.
Just knowing it was all mental.
Yeah. But and another thing that Abraham taught, which is also in alignment with law of assumption, was that the do nothing, right? She would drive home that you don't make anything happen. She would be just like, you don't cause your heart to beat. You don't cause anything in the digestive. You don't make rain come out of the clouds. Although you can say, oh, I want a sunny day, or I want the rain to be stayed off, right? You're not causing the rain to trickle down out the sky, right? You're not causing the sun to give its light, right? Those things are happening. So she would make those to show you, to say, when it comes to your desire, you're not making anything happen either. When you're praying for others, or, we shouldn't call it prayer, but when they treating for others, or, manifesting for others, it's not you. When you're praying and somebody gets a healing, you're not the one healing. It's the source. Source is doing this, not you. Right? You are just an extension of source. You are the channel for source, but it's not you doing it. So I like that she was all about the do nothing. So she would be like, people would ask, I thought you said that so she'd give analogies like, I thought you said that you were, abundant, or you had this business. What are you doing? Oh, nothing. You're not doing nothing. Nope, I'm not doing nothing. I'm on the beach. I'm doing this. And, so her thing was all about getting into that state of the do nothing state.
I like that.
Yep. Just let it happen. Just let it all fall into place. All right. Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. They had a lot of, good things.
Yeah.
I just felt like it was a lot of work too. I just feel like because you're telling me it should just be do nothing, but then I got 23 techniques I'm supposed to be, and I gotta make sure that I'm keeping a thought for 17 seconds, another 17 seconds, another 17. Like, who the hell counting seconds on how long they thinking a thought? Who's doing that? Right? Crazy. Who's making sure they kept a thought for 69 seconds? Are we supposed to get a stopwatch? That's when it became like some of this stuff is getting, it's getting trivial now. Because what are we doing? Why are we talking about a thought maintaining it for 69 seconds? And people ran away with that when they started saying it. Not everybody was saying, yeah, you hold a thought for 17 seconds, another thought just like it comes along, and another thought just like it comes along. I'm like, but who in the hell is timing this? Where are y'all getting this from? Who's walking around with a stopwatch trying to see how long they thought something? I held on to a thought.
I got your exact script, and I got a time watch for your manifestation prayer for sale. You get your time watch, get your stopwatch, and you get you a script.
And to me, it was just something she said. It's not something I like attached to, right? That just didn't make sense to me. I'm just like, whatever. I'm gonna look over that, and And so, but my daughter was like, for her, she talked too much in the abstract. To my daughter, she didn't speak plainly enough.
It was like too much jargon.
Yeah. She like, just simply say it. But she was like, I see why she doesn't simply say it, right? Because if you just simply say it, you're not going to get nobody to feel them seats up, because you need people to feel like they truly don't understand and have to come tell you to get a full understanding. Right, you gotta keep people coming back.
Yeah, because you said they call it treat. Now let me treat you. Yeah, so
and you're always forever going to get treatments, right? You always going to get that medication, right? That's what they say. The doctors treat you, right? They don't cure you.
Right, treat yourself, nigga.
It's not unlike. That's what I'm saying. Like, a lot of these worlds have a lot of similarities, right? Religion, spirituality, the medical community, they're diagnosing you as something is wrong with you. So guess what they have to do when they give you a symptom or a disease, they have to sell you the cure. But they ain't even selling you the cure. They just gonna sell you a prescription for the symptom.
Right, because they need you to come back.
Yeah, you'll be a forever client. That's why people don't be afraid of therapy. Not therapy is such a big thing, right? No one should be afraid there. Nobody know that. And then people on somebody's couch for 2. Yeah, my therapist. I got them on speed dial. Yeah, my therapist. Yeah. I talked to my therapist last week, and they're like, "How long y'all supposed to be going to this therapist?" Not that there's anything wrong with it, but trying to convince everybody that they need it.
Right. And Toyia, I done seen some habitual therapist goers.
What happened?
Like, I be hearing, seeing and heard of habitual therapy goers.
Yeah.
They make sure they check off their box like it's like they clout chasing just because you go to therapy. But I'm actually glad because I had started, well, maybe like 5 to 7 years back. I had started I had some free time, and I had a dude who was trying to be a therapist or something like that, and but this dude was doing more talking than I was. I was like, okay, so I went to about 3 or 4 weeks. I was like, man, this dude's a joke, you know what I'm saying? But I just, I'm glad I was able to kind of come into this era of, journey, where I'm able to see that, you can treat yourself, bro.
You say he's talking more than you want. Wait a minute. Man, I'm paying you to hear you talk, but some people are. Some people like.
And I do have that personality where, I have seen where people, shoot up their whole life junk, we out and about, and they got other stuff, just conversations, whatever. But that wasn't the place for it.
No.
I'm trying to get unwound or found or something.
Yeah, because I would think, therapy or coaching is leading you to solutions, right? But they should be leading you to solutions within yourself. But I do know, especially in the medical community, many people that have gone to therapy, their tools that they give you is just for that moment. And then when you come back, they always want you to regurgitate the past, right? You're always bringing up past hurts, past wounds, because you need to deal with that. You need to talk it through, you know what? And so people don't realize all they're doing is reliving it again. And so they're making it just as fresh as it was the first day it happened. And that's why a lot of people can't really come to the realization that it's nothing wrong with them, that to not be identified with the experience, right? But the whole point of therapy is to have you identify with the experience, to unpack it, to look at it, to analyze it, to put it under a microscope and wonder why did I feel this way? What happened? How did I feel when someone said this to me? What was my reaction when they did that to me? What's going on? So it's just bringing up all these emotions.
Yeah. I remember myself doing that for sure.
Yeah.
And
making you get angry all over again, making you feeling sad all over again, making you feeling neglected, hurt, whatever you felt with that experience. Now you're attaching that same emotion. And that's how you know that all this stuff is based on emotions. Religion, therapy, spirituality is all based in emotions. People are trying to evoke an emotion out of you, because if they can do that, they can control you.
Right. Yeah. Nah, that's facts. And like you said, I guess therapy has a place.
For some people, they need it. Yeah, and the reason why they need it because they told themselves they need it. You're the storyteller. You're the author. If you have decided that it's something you need, then guess what? It's something you need. If you decide it's not something you need, then guess what? It's not something you're going to need. It really is decision. It's just really is as easy as you just making a decision.
Yeah.
But people are in fear, right? Because they come from the place of, what if it doesn't work? Why not come to the place, what if it does?
What if it doesn't work?
What if it does work? What if you do get it? What if everything turns out just as you imagine or better?
Perfect. You just had to go through a little experience.
Yeah.
Bridge of incidences.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I like Akon. A few years ago, I saw him on some YouTube thing, and I like what he said when he said there's no such thing as failure, and how he explained why he thought there was not such thing as failure, because he said, what we deem as failure is just you experiencing something you didn't know. That's it. Yeah. You didn't know, and now you do. You gathered information. Now you know what works and what doesn't work.
Absolutely.
That's it. I said, oh, I like that. Yeah, there's no failure, just experiences. And that takes the sting out of, if it doesn't work the way you thought it was, now you don't beat yourself up. Now you don't make yourself feel bad. Like, I just keep failing, man. I just get, no, I'm gathering data. I'm getting information. I'm discovering what works and what doesn't work.
Mm-hmm.
It's just all perspective. At the end of the day, it's just all perspective. But we've been taught to beat ourselves up, pull ourselves down, be in fear of trying, of not getting it right. So that's a lot of people. That's a lot of reasons why people don't try, because they're rather not try so they can't say they didn't fail.
That's right, Toya. Because I've had to put myself in a position where I have all gas, no brakes in life, like mentally. Where for something I want to do, I gotta go. I gotta put my hands on it.
Mm-hmm.
And it definitely had got a good ROI on it. But no, that's facts. And just knowing you have that, you can have that identity within your own. You don't need another. You know what I'm saying? That's what I dig about Neville too, where you don't need a host, saints, mom and them, grandmom and them. You can take your own damn imagination and get to it.
Yep. Or when people try to tell you, oh, you can manifest faster with a spouse. So what you telling everybody gotta be married to manifest? Like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, they just will say anything for clicks and to make people feel, either make some people feel good about their marriage or make other people feel bad for not having someone to, like, how does that jive with people that's not married? So now you're saying that they can't get it as quickly because they don't have someone else touching and agreeing with?
I ain't got my rib.
That's BS, right? Like whenever someone's telling you that this works more faster or this works more better, the only thing that works is a decision. I don't care what you say. Yeah. And yes, are some things going to come in a way you didn't think? Or some things you're going to get some things you never even asked for? Of course. Because when you've decided that you are in a state of abundance, of ease and flow, yes, things just start to matriculate towards you. And you start getting stuff you never even brought to mind. And you're like, damn. And this is another thing that Abraham would say, not like this. Let the universe delight and surprise you.
Yeah.
Right? Get used to the unexpected, the things you didn't even think of that comes into your experience.
That. Yeah, I love that.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
And I think I harp on that so much more now. I had to, I harp on that so much more now, the unlimited side of things, right? Mm-hmm. Where there, and that's a good point you made. But yeah, definitely, because, it's like, I did for so long, it felt like so long, a time. If I had to put a time, it just felt, but I can also say that whatever I did, I could put my own time on it, I could put my own label on what I felt like the past is. So it was a good time, you know what I'm saying? But I was able to, it just felt like I wasn't allowing myself to go there. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so now it's like, man, everything is go there. Where, what's the next move, or what's the next situation? Yeah. And it's already done type shit.
That's it. Yep. It's never say stay in the wish of fulfillment. Yeah. Don't let nobody push you, move you off your square. Stay in the wish of the fulfilled desire. Yep. So it's nothing to do, just to be. We just have to, just keep telling ourselves when that old man tries to make an appearance, nothing to do. Just do something to get your mind off of it. Go watch some TV, go talk on the phone, go do something to distract yourself, to keep yourself from being anxious and worrying, right? Because
see you till you're alive.
All right, guys. You all have a wonderful, wonderful evening. Thank you. Good night.